Hello, chat, and welcome to MiHoJo Hostile Takeover. Now, um, a lot has happened. The biggest thing that has happened is relating to Kaiba, who is hosting this tournament, and he basically, with the Big Five and Mokuba, realized that together they have 51% of the company. And if they all combine their powers, they can turn against Gozaburo and do a hostile takeover of the company and get Gozaburo out. So that's what they did. And because Gozaburo lost the company and everyone turned against him, he killed himself and uploaded himself to the cloud like Noah. So Gozaburo is dead, other than his virtual self, just like Noah. And now the owner of Kaiba Corp, the CEO of Kaiba Corp, is Seto Kaiba because of Mokuba and the Big Five. And as the CEO of Kaiba Corp, he decided to use his partnership with Industrial Illusions and do what Gozaburo did last time and host a tournament. He did this immediately in celebration of the hostile takeover. Even though Kozaburo just killed himself, his stepdad just killed himself. He's celebrating and hosting a tournament. And in this tournament, he has a new rule that he calls the anti-rule. And every single person in this tournament was somebody he chose directly to be in the tournament. There were no signups. He forced all these people to be in this tournament, including Solomon Muto, who he wants the blue eyes from. So his concept for this tournament is that he gets his last copy of Blue Eyes from Solomon. Um, like he can't choose the seeding because it's an official tournament, so he can't just make himself versus Solomon match one and then quit the tournament. Um, Quitting the tournament is also not allowed in his rules. So he's where is he in this? He's number 14 against Mayumi, but his goal, Solomon's on the other side of the bracket. His goal, I think his idea is that everyone would always take the blue eyes and that he'll never lose. He also has the big five in this tournament and Mokuba, and the idea is that they will help him and that any cards they take he will take if he wants them. That's his concept. I don't know how well that will actually work, but he's a CEO. I guess he does what he wants. Um, we also have Damian Draco, elephant in the room, Damian Draco. If you look at the first matchup, let me stream announcement. So, Damian Draco got this game, Dragon Cards, from his grandfather, and he loves this game, but he was curious about it because he didn't know everything about it. So he brought them to Solomon Muto after befriending Yugi and Miho and that friend group because, he was interested in the Millennium items. And Solomon told him that this was this was a game that had a seal, the dragon seal. And the cards in the seal represented yin and yang and were in balance. But if you break the seal, you would disrupt that balance and split yin and yang into two. So, Solomon's like, you can't break the seal. That would be awful. And Draco's like, whoa, I can break the seal. I can finally have the power I wanted. So he does. He breaks the seal on purpose and he splits into two. Yin and Yang, Draco and Yami Draco. He does not have a Millennium item, but he still has a Yami form that splits off into his own person because the seal's broken. that's all the important stuff for now. Let's get into Miko versus Draco. And everyone from their Death P arc has their same decks. They have their same decks. Not a lot of time has passed. I know it feels like a lot of time has passed because, you know, Seto Kaiba staged a hostile takeover. He did that right after Death P ended. He was upset that Gozaburo went above him and changed his plans from what he had it originally to a tournament, and now he is using that on his own. So this is right after. Nobody has had time to change anything about their decks. No new sets have released, nothing. And they were all forced to compete. So now because of the Monster Reborn, they both have a Dark Elf on the field. Trap Hole for some reason. Miho gets Pot of Greed. And she gets her Dark Magician out. And it's immediately gone! For his boss monster that you'll see in a second. I actually think his dispense stat is pretty good. So defense mode makes sense. Yep. Meteor Dragon! Now, Meteor Dragon doesn't seem that threatening. It's in one tribute for 1800, but if he gets Polymerization, he gets the big monster, Meteor Black Dragon. Now, this is the dragon that Kaiba put him in the tournament to take. Because this is a card that is extremely rare. And Kaiba wants for himself. Yeah, everyone in this tournament generally has a card that Kaiba would want to take, which is why he picked these people. They're generally all people who have done well, and that he wants to steal the cards from and take their chances to do well from. And I mean, you can see why he would pick these people if, Draco is beating Miho this badly. Miho, the number one seed, the top duelist in the world, or at least the top duelist in these tournaments. Yeah, yeah, Draco wins. So if Draco beats Miho, that'd be a crazy upset. But at the same time, his deck is very capable of it, as you can see. I wouldn't be too surprised personally if Miho goes out round one because of just, how it was seeded. It'd be interesting to see what card he would take from her. I'm not sure. That equip spell just barely beats over. However, Rush Recklessly beats that. Rush Recklessly is one of Draco's signature cards, and he clearly uses it very well. I would not have used that trap hole because you could mirror force. It's a waste of a trap hole to use it on Lesser Dragon like that. Miho's making mistakes. I think it's because she's on the back foot. It's easy to make mistakes when you're on the back foot like that. She's not used to losing round one. She's used to winning 2-0 almost all the time. She has gotten in the top two of every single tournament. This would be the first one that she wouldn't get top two in if she loses. She does a mystical elf to defend against this. Meteor Dragon still can't beat over that, but it does because of Rush Recklessly. That's why that's such a good card. Dark Hole gets rid of the Meteor Dragon. That's huge because now he can't Polymerization that. And now Miho's very ahead, considering his hand is probably just a brick. But she has nothing in her hand. He bricked completely. He might have like a mountain and red eyes in it. She gets her field spell off. Field spells do live in harmony because we're doing modern rules. He's got nothing. She goes in with Maiden of the Moonlight. He's got one turn. Oh my god, he got it. He is so lucky. He is so lucky he got it. Miho needs Soul Exchange or some kind of removal. Soul Exchange would be ideal right now. She did not get it. Wow. She might get 2-0'd if she doesn't draw something good. Another Dark Magician is just a brick. Soul Exchange would have been great. There's not a lot she can do, but she does have a lot of removal in this deck. He doesn't even try to take out Versago. He summons Lesser Dragon and goes in for even more damage. If I was her, I would have taken out Versago. And that's it. Miho's out of the tournament 2-0 round one. This is the power of Yami Draco. And the Red Eyes Meteor Black Dragon. Or it's not called Red Eyes. The Meteor Black Dragon. Yami Draco 2-0. Next up, Krieger versus Joey Wheeler. Krieger has been thriving. His business is booming. He's in a great place. Joey Wheeler is trying to become a competitive duelist. It's not as easy for him as it is for Miho and you know Taya and Bakura, his other friends. But he is doing his best. Oop, I forgot to put their decks in, I think. Yeah. Yeah, these are not the people. I do think Joey's winning this, personally. I do think Joey's winning this. That would be my pick personally. I know Krieger has done extremely well in these tournaments. Ooh, yeah, Krieger has Umiruka, which boosts his cards heavily now. That's his big new card. He accidentally drew 3 copies of it, which is not great. But I mean it's good if you can get a monster and then there's some sort of removal for it that he can keep replacing it. You got Beast King in the Swamps, which he uses to summon his fusions, Deep Sea Shark and Roaring Ocean Snake. His deck has not changed a ton, I don't think. Mostly just has more fusion support and Umiruka. Oh, Mother Grizzly is another big change. Okay. So this is why it's good to have more Umirukas, because Magic Jammer to take out Shield and Sword gets rid of Umiruka. Then he has another copy. Ooh, that's harsh. Trap Hole on Mother Grizzly. That could be a game-winning move right there. Heavy Storm, more removal. The thing about that Heavy Storm is he has the third Umiruka in his hand. That was a shell, I guess bait. He needs to draw a monster. That's a good one. It, it was actually good that he had all three Umirukas. This has to be 2 or lower. It is! Wow! Krieger! Odds against him, but he's still kicking. Kaiba wants the red eyes from Joey. He is not happy that Joey has red eyes. Every copy of red eyes he sees as a threat to him, like Yami Draco, Joey Wheeler, etc. Yami Kane as well. He also sees any Millennium item holders as a threat, and he considers himself the most elite Millennium item holder, even though he only got one with money because the others, he was intimidated by them. I don't know how you beat Mother Grizzly with the shell. You have to have removal, Joey. You have to have removal. You have to get rid of Umiruka or something. It's his last copy. You can get rid of it. Starboy buffs Mother Grizzly even further. And Joey's in trouble. Even the Starboy is hard to get over, and he draws nothing. Krieger takes game 1. The odds were against him, but he did it. This guy's good. They are very similar seeds, 16 and 17. So they, in theory, have very similar power level. And I guess you're seeing why, because Joey was winning the whole duel and then Krieger took it. Because of one bad skull dice roll. Mother Grizzly, the card that won him the game last time. Look at that hand. Those are such strong cards. Abyss Soldier goes crazy. I don't know if I would have done that, though. That felt like a waste of Starboy. Ooh, and that gets rid of everything. The fish is still hard to beat over, but that was brutal. And I'm sure Joey has some sort of removal for it, or even a stronger card. There's the stronger card. All Krieger can do is match. He does not crash. I think he's afraid of the back row, but Shield and Sword will beat over it. Good play by Joey. Another 7-colored fish that'll take out the battle ox, but Graceful Dice makes sure that the 7-colored fish is gone. Skull Dice will save the Battle Ox because of a bad roll from Graceful Dice. Good play by Joey. And Joey wins this turn with Time Wizard. Alright, game 3. Still think Joey has it, but Krieger's deck is like super powered. That's his whole strategy is get big number on the field. And it's a good one. Clearly works. If he could grab Polymerization, he could fuse either one. Probably Roaring Ocean Snake then. Joey Mirror Forced him, so he's got nothing. Baby Dragon goes in. Mystic Lamp, that's another fusion piece. Skull Dice takes out Hyosube. That's a really good Skull Dice to be able to keep Baby Dragon in. He has 2 Baby Dragons now. It would be huge for him to get 1,000 Dragon. Tongyo does beat over, however, Skull Dice takes out Tongyo. He still has a lot of fusion pieces in his grave, or in his hand, I mean. He needs to draw Poly if he can survive a turn, and that'll do it. Joey wins 2-1 because Krieger could not draw Polymerization. The first tournament where Krieger did not do as well as he could have. Next up, Solomon Muto versus Bobassa. It's an interesting one. Where's Bobassa's deck? Did I not download? Hold on. I think I didn't download it. Let me go find Bobassa's deck real quick. Did I not make it? Hold on. let me go check. I may have forgotten to make it. No, I definitely made it. Okay. I wouldn't have started the tournament if I didn't make it. I just didn't download it. That makes sense. That makes sense. It doesn't look too different than his old deck. I have to do the faces. I need that. Solomon Muto against Bobassa, the Spirit of the Millennium Scale. Solomon is the biggest reason for this tournament, just like he was for the last one. Kybus coming into it with a new strategy. Solomon has the blue eyes, the important blue eyes, in his hand. Tomato goes into Sangan, and Solomon did extremely well in the last tournament. He has a huge, huge shot. Oh, he tributes for blue eyes. He got it out. His toughest monster in his deck, other than, of course, Exodia. Blue eyes, white dragon. Kaiba watching the seething with rage. Share the Pain takes out Blue Eyes. Last will to get a new monster on the field for Bobasa. It is Gazelle. Solomon sets the tomato. Pot of Greed for Bobasa into Milas Radiant. Does not beat over to the tomato. Tomato into Sangan. I would have thought Witch, but sure. If he crashed into Gazelle, he could have won the duel right there. I would have crashed, personally. Because now he only gets one Sangan activation off. Whereas he could have gotten two if he waited to get them off on different turns. That could have lost him the duel. Share the Pain does nothing. Another Mindless Radiant, he can't handle the buff. However, 7 tools negates the trap hole. Bobasa looking very powerful right now with his beasts. Solomon has one last turn. He needs Heart of the Cards moment. Big Eye is not it. All that does is take out a Mindless Radiant. Bobasa wins duel 1 with one piece away. Solomon could have won. I saw it. I saw the play. He didn't make it. He didn't do it. Bobasa wins duel 1. Battle Ox hard to get over, so a Dark Hole will do it. Big Eye not using its effect. Big Eye goes very well with Witch of the Black Forest, because you can put all the cards you really want at the top, then Witch of the Black Forest to shuffle. Trap Hole gets rid of the Pale Beast. Battle Ox can be get rid of, because Trap Hole only gets rid of normal summons. There's a Whip. Solomon's in trouble. Witch to search the head. Pot of Greed is huge. That could change the duel, maybe? Yes, it does. Mirror Force is huge. Upstart Goblin draws him the legs. Mirror Force takes out Witch. Allows him to get another piece. He's one away yet again. He can set Mirror Force to save him a turn and clear the field. Bobasa also has his own Pot of Greed. And his whole field goes down. That's huge for Solomon. Buys him a ton of turns. Share the Pain is a brick. right now. But if he draws a monster, it could be very useful, especially if it's a witch or a Sangan. This duel could go either way. It is a witch. He won. Share the pain wins him the duel. With Exodia. Was that duel 2 or 3? I actually don't remember. Hold on. Because I remember the first duel Solomon summoned the Blue Eyes White Dragon. But I don't remember if he won with it. Or if it got removaled. Probably got removaled, and this is probably duel 2 is my guess? I'm checking. So yeah, that's when Bobassa won. And that was the duel with Blue Eyes. Okay. That answers that. This is duel 3. Solomon versus Bobassa. That was kind of crazy. Trap hole into Monster Reborn for the Battle Ox. Probably a pretty good play because the strategy with Solomon is just to take him out as soon as possible. Because, I mean, look at these cards. These cards, ooh, he needs a way to get rid of that sword. So his cards get into Exodia so quickly. Tribute to the Doom, not great because it gets a witch off. What did you just discard? You discard a Tiger Axe. Okay, I see, I see. Two Sangans on the field is not a great play. You could end up using only one of the effects that way. It's not what I would do personally. And judging by this field, you're definitely going to lose the effects of both. Soldier of Stone is good to defend your life points when you lose your swords. And if you're lucky, it could defend a Sangan. Probably not, judging by this board. Oh my god. He got Mirror Force. Why did you summon the big eye? Why don't you set it? There's no reason not to set that right there. You didn't attack anything with it. You could have just got the effect. And wow, this field is brutal. Bobassa is gonna lose 5 strong monsters right here. They're all gone. Last Will brings back Pale Beast, which Solomon can't beat over. That was huge. Ideally, he can take both Sangans out. He probably won't know which ones to take out, but if he gets lucky. No, Big Eye gets castle walled. Battleox takes out the Big Eye. Tomato is huge for Solomon. Now Bobasa needs some sort of removal to get rid of this board. That's a Singin out, which means Bobasa needs to get really lucky. He does not. Big Eye effect activates, meaning Solomon chooses his next card. Bobasa does summon his boss monster, Garnecia Elephantis, which will beat over the Giant Soldier of Stone. However, Dark Hole will take everything out, which gives him a Sangan draw. I would have kept that field personally. That Mystic Tomato would have been big to be able to get a Witch or a Sangan out. That is definitely the play I would have made. Ryoku to take out the Soldier of Stone, not bad. That is a brick, but it's also one step closer to winning the duel. Bobasa draws nothing. Solomon draws Witch. He won. Solomon wins the duel. Invigoration does nothing. Exodia obliterate. Okay. Solomon wins 2-1. Next up is Chopman versus Lecter. Now, Seto Kaiba is extremely upset that Chopman beat him in the last tournament, and he forced Chopman to be in this tournament to prove that Chopman was not better than him, and to take Chopman's cards. This is a lot of a tournament of pettiness, and I think Chopman is a great example of that. Chopman against Lecter is a happy accident. He did not, choose the bracket at all because it's all based on seeding. But he is very happy that one of his guys can end up taking out Chopman and taking one of his cards. Okay. Chopman versus Lecter. First member of the Big Five in this tournament to duel. Lecter gets his Gravekeeper's Servant out to thin Chopman's deck. Chopman gets Axe of Despair, which is a crazy equip, along with Sword of Destruction. This is a huge Mystic Clown. These equip spells are how he won his last duel. He gets rid of a sword and sets a Snake Fang. Paralyzing Potion on Mystic Clown is brutal. But he can just tribute it for Sword Stalker now, which he does. Or Snake Fang to get over the Prevent Rat. Very good. And he sets his hand. Axe of Despair on the Sword Stalker makes it strong as a Blue Eyes. Which you can see how someone like this could beat Kaiba. If he has monsters that can be as strong or stronger than a Blue Eyes, that easily. He draws a brick. Beats over Jinzo. And Lictor's in trouble. Mystic Plasma Zone is another huge buff, which makes it officially stronger than Blue Eyes. Right now, Lecter's only hope is that he can somehow deck him out, but he's still got 25 cards left. He does get another Gravekeeper Servant out, which will help with the deck out. Corroding Shark with the buff is actually pretty nice. Sword Stalker goes in. Loses some pretty good cards. Lecter has one turn. Will he draw anything? No, he will not. Just like Kaiba, Lecter will fall. Snake Fang to get rid of the Prevent Rat again, just to win the duel that turn. Sword of the Deep-Seated actually prevents him from decking out, which is interesting. That's an interesting interaction. Alright, Chopman wins game one. Very decisively. Not even close. And he has a very similar hand this time around. Corroding Shark first. If that gets beat over, then he bricks. But it doesn't because Prevent Rat does not beat it over, obviously. He plays a bunch of cards to make it hard for Chopman to play. Tributes into Sword Stalker, equips it with an axe, and another axe, and a sword, and another sword. And if this thing dies, you lose the duel, because those swords will go to the top of your deck. Gravity Bind makes it so it can't move. Chopman is in trouble. Swords feels unnecessary here. I mean, because how are you going to get over... How are, he's not going to be able to attack. Not with that 5,000 attack Sword Stalker. He's spending 500 every time he plays a card. I'm not sure why you would ever attack with that. That felt like a really bad play. You don't want to equip the shark with the axe? For gravity mind? Shark with an axe? There you go. Negate attack. Okay. The play is to make him pay the toll and negate the attacks, so that he loses all his life points and can't attack anymore, and he gets his boss monster Jinzo off. But Jinzo is actually really bad to get right now because Sword Stalker could just beat through it. Tribute to the Doomed. Get rid of a Prevent Rat. He does not beat over Jinzo because he still wants the ability to attack. Makes sense. It's getting dicey to play cards. There's another toll, meaning he could only win one more attack for the rest of the duel. He plays another sword for some reason. He does end up taking out the Jinzo. And now he has no life points. But how will Lecter do that last little bit of life point damage to him? That's how, with Jinzo. Oh, that's so smart. That's his whole strategy. Wow. Lecter wins game two, and that's how he wins duels. That's how he does it. Is Jinzo number 7 goes in after the chain energies and tolls whittle him down. Jinzo gets rid of the gravity mine when Jinzo needs to go in. Jinzo number 7 finishes the duel. Chain energy immediately is very bad for Trotman. However, he does have a ton of buffs in his hand, which he will give to the clown. If you're down to clown, that is. Negate attack. And chain energy has already brought him down to 5,500. Another chain energy, meaning he can only play 5 more cards for the rest of the duel. Ooh, Lecter draws nothing. Unless it's a gravity bind. It's not. He has 1 turn. Lecter got his ultimate strategy off last duel, but it doesn't look like it's going to be able to do anything. There's the Jinzo, and Mystic Clown goes in. Trotman wins 2-1. That's the first member of the Big Five out of the tournament. Next up, Yami Kane versus Nesbit, another Big Five member. Yami Kane was not in the last tournament, but is now in this one. His what is this? His avatar monster in the anime? The robotic knight gets trap hold, DNA surgery makes Summon Skull into a machine. This is to fuel his Machine King if he gets it off. Gig attack goes down, Summon Skull goes in. Nesbit is in trouble. Yami Kane is a very tough opponent. And he gets lodged in. It's over. Yami Kane wins that easily. Alright, run it back. Whipping Lodge in with a stim pack immediately is interesting. I'm not sure what the play is. He can now Soul Exchange, which he will. Gets rid of the Dharma Cannon. DNA surgery makes him into machines. He draws Polly, but he's not going to use it because he doesn't need it. But it would have brought out his boss. He does not need to bring out his boss for someone little like Nesbit, who he easily 2-0s. Alright, next is another Big Five member. It's Johnson versus Taya. Johnson with his fusion deck with his Camion Wizard, Dragoness, and Empress Judge. His ace being this Judge Man. He also does have Hysteric Fairy. Taya blocks with her Spirit of the Harp. Taya having an equipped spell-based deck with her Mahavelo. Judge Man does get over Spirit of the Harp. She needs to draw some equips to get over that. Monster Reborn. Is she going to tribute? Yes, she does for Seiryu. With the Horn of the Unicorn. So that it definitely cannot be beat over. To take out his boss monster with hers. He sets a Skelangel, hoping to get better cards from it. Which is fair. Plays Painful Choice to get another Judge Man, getting rid of a bunch of Hibikimes, mostly. Hits over the Skelangel, gives him another card. It's another copy of Painful Choice. He draws a Pot of Greed, which he will play immediately. Then a Painful Choice, giving him a Hysteric Fairy. Polly into our Mail plus Shield. This is Empress Judge. No, Dragoness the Wicked Knight, which does nothing. Why summon that in attack? But he was just like, take me, I guess. I'll lose. Alright. That's one way of surrendering. Right, Hibikime versus Hibikime and Queen's Double is Empress Judge. That's the one. Our male plus one-eyed shield dragon is Dragoness. He draws a bunch of trash and some hysteric fairies. The hysteric fairies will not beat over Shining Friendship. He's a bit screwed. He does draw a Skelangel to draw another card, at least. She gets Mahavelo, that if she gets any other Equip spells would do very well on. Ooh, she switches it to Mahavela with Tailor of the Fickle during the battle phase to do extra damage and equips the defense horn. He does get Polly, but he doesn't have a fusion in his hand. He's one away twice. She goes in with Velo. He has one turn left. If he can draw part of his fusion, he still loses. Painful choice. He could ask for all fusion pieces. He does get a fusion piece, but not for the fusions he needs. Waboku doesn't even let him get over Shining Friendship. Magician of Faith in attack mode, kind of BM. Shining Friendship for the win. Easy 2-0 by Taya. Which means all the big five are getting knocked out round one. Yami Miho versus Crump is the fourth of them. But being against Yami Miho is not a good sign. Now Miho did get out round one, so it's always possible for Yami Miho to also get out round one. I would not bet on Crump. I don't think that's the person who's going to do it if it does happen. Yami Miho draws a hand that includes her boss monster and soul exchange. That's really rough because if Crump can't get over Neo now, she'll be able to summon Cosmo Queen. He is able to get over it with his giant sea snake. She MSTs that, but I don't know. Feel like that was kind of a waste personally. At least she didn't heavy storm it. Always look on the bright side. And Crump's actually in control because of his giant red sea snake being such high power. Ooh, if she just drew that any other turn, she would have been fine. She would have been able to get over the sea snake, but instead his penguins and his sea snake will go in. Miho is in trouble. I'm sorry that I said to not bet on Crump. That's a brick. She sets a fake trap. Not the actual card fake trap. And Crump wins the duel. That's kind of brutal to have Yami Miho lose to Crump. But, she's got two other chances. Right? That's gotta be a fluke, right? We can't have our protagonist losing like this. Okay, she plays Yami with a Witch of the Black Forest. Now that Dark Elf will be hugely helpful for her, and that Dark Hole. He does buff up his WoW Warrior insanely to get it up to 2150, which brings out Neo. But Dark Elf can get over that because of Yami, which she will play and take out the WoW Warrior. Crump is in trouble. He lost his equip spell. Umiruka is helpful, but I'm not sure how he's going to beat over Dark Elf. She summons Neo, goes in. It's Uguchi. Another Dark Elf is going to do massive damage. He has one turn. He sets a card. He's done. Miho wins the duel. It's a Penguin Knight. Now that's more what I expected. But I guess that proves that it's anyone's duel. Miho has a very strong hand to start out with. The WoW Warrior with the shell again to start out with. She, for some reason, thinks that's a great idea to always MST when it's not. Searches another witch. Dark Elf goes in on WoW Warrior. The Sea Snake actually beats over Dark Elf because of the equip spell. Miho is in trouble again because of the Sea Snake. She has Fissure that will be over the Sea Snake. Remove it, not beat over it. Neo goes in. Crump is in trouble. Nightmare Penguin brings Neo back to the hand. Umiruka will make Nightmare Penguin powerful. Along with the Bolt Penguin. Neo beats over the Nightmare Penguin. Which makes Bolt Penguin lose its buff. Penguin Torpedo is gone. Rogue Doll. He's almost able to reliably get her Cosmo Queen out, which could be pretty big. WoW Warrior beats over the Neo. Mirror Force will save her. So will Swords. Because then she can get her Cosmo Queen next turn. It could, however, be sent back to her hand, but she does get it out. Which brings out a Dark Elf. That's huge. Takes out the WoW Warrior. Crump draws nothing. He will, I'm assuming, be able to send Cosmo Queen back to the hand. But maybe he got unlucky? Yeah, he did. He got unlucky. This is his last turn. Unless he's able to draw a Nightmare Penguin. He does not. Miho is able to win the duel with her Cosmo Queen. A very good win for Yami Miho. 2-1. Against Crump. Crump showing that even though he's been losing, he's pretty good. He knows what he's doing. He can beat Yummy Miho. Next up is Johnny Steps versus Yugi. Johnny Steps has been playing a lot of Duel Monsters, improving a lot. Stepping more into the Duel Monster scene rather than just the DDR scene like he was before. He got a lot of attention after that last tournament. For being somebody who could switch competition so easily and do so well in both. Switch games. Yugi starts out with Gazelle. Johnny Steps plays Sangan. What will he search with Sangan? It is Muka Muka. That makes sense. His boss monster. And obviously he's going to summon Muka Muka now. With a Metamorph, which superpowers it over Gazelle. Yugi is in trouble. This Muka Muka is very hard to get over, and he only draws more cards. He sets an electric snake for some reason. The Metamorph gets destroyed, but that's fine. Not a huge deal. Muka Muka goes over the Fire Dragon. Setting Morphing Jar, I guess to reset his hand. It's a bunch of Spirit of the Harps right now, and he doesn't really want that. Ooh, Yugi gets his fusion off his big boss monster. This beats over Muka Muka. It's Gaia the Dragon Champion. And he's going all in. This resets Yugi's hand more than it does Johnny's. 2 stim packs, however, will help a lot. So that Morphing Jar was a good play. Never mind. Frap hole. That's really bad for Johnny Steps. It looks like Yugi wins Duel 1. With Gaia the Dragon Champion. Yeah, that's considered a bit of an upset, as Johnny Steps is the 12th seed in the tournament and Yugi is seed 21. Johnny Steps is considered the better duelist, but Yugi managed to upset him and win. He has a very redundant hand with 2 of each card. Spirit of the Harp will survive against the Komori Dragons. Fissure takes it out, but that won't mean much when he gets another one off next turn. And the same hand again. He keeps drawing the same cards. Pretty unlucky with his draws, I would say. Spirit of the Harp is able to wall pretty well. He gets a Goddess with a Stim Pack to be able to beat over the Komori Dragons. It gets Mirror Forced. But Yugi still can't beat over the Spirit of the Harp. He needs one of his boss monsters. Either Gaia or Dragon Champion. Curse of Dragon won't be able to beat over. He plays an electric snake in defense mode. And still does not draw the Gaia. Muka Muka will be able to beat over Komori Dragon pretty easily. Now Curse of Dragon would be helpful. He Dark Holes, that also helps, to be fair. You got me? That does get rid of all Yugi's monsters too, though. Which would be very useful for him to have right now. Yugi gets swords that'll buy him 3 turns. That's pretty big, because he can turn the duel around pretty heavily within those turns. Steps sets Spirit of the Heart. Gets an Upstart Goblin to help him draw into Mass Sorcerer. He sets a Snake. He also sets the Morphing Jar, so he's ready to get rid of that hand to get a better one. He's also very happy to get rid of Yuki's big hand. Ultimate Offering, though. That's really bad for Johnny Steps. Gets him a Curse of Dragon. 2 Curse of Dragons with Ultimate Offering. Those, however, do not beat over the Spirit of the Harp. Unless he can fuse them somehow. Why wouldn't you play Sangan first? I guess he just wanted the Muka Muka with the Stim Pack. And he wanted the highest chance of it and not play anything. I understand. He plays Gaia, but that still gets beat over. Why would you do that? That was an awful play. Why would you do that? You just lost 2 Curse of Dragons and Gaia. Okay, get rid of one of the Stim Packs. That still means Muka Muka is stronger than you. Yugi summons Gazelle. He gets Polly. He does not have his other fusion material right now, but he gets the Polly. He plays Witch instead of Sangan for some reason. Witch searches out Lady of Faith. If that Sangan can search out a Witch, you could get your fusion. Waboku will save that Mystical Elf. That was a good play because the Stim Pack is going to make Muka Muka weaker. For some reason, he plays the Lady of Faith. He gets another Muka Muka. That's good. He plays it. This one will not get weaker with Stim Pack. However, it does get Trap Hold. Gazelle will take out Sangan. He will search Will It Be Witch? It will be Goddess, which is just as good. There's Witch. He's not fusing for some reason. Why isn't he fusing? Huh? Lady of Faith. You don't wanna fuse? He grabs a Mass Sorcerer. Muka Muka keeps getting buffed, but the Stim Pack keeps unbuffing. Oh, the reason he's not fusing is to power up Muka Muka. That makes sense. I understand. That actually makes sense. Because fusing makes you lose a lot of cards. He grabs an electric snake. And he actually is almost out of cards. He only has 7 in his deck, down to 6 now this turn. But, I mean, he could get his fusion off. That Muka Muka's still strong. He has to play some cards. He opts to discard Metal Morph instead of playing it for some reason. Seems like just a bad misplay, really. Okay, he finally decides to go in. And he does win the duel. Never mind Karibo! Karibo protects him! He puts down, is this a Sengen? Yeah, Sengen. And Muka Muka wins the duel for him. That was a good one. Muka Muka with the stim pack that kept buffing itself and lowering its attack every turn. Managed to win it. Those stim packs are really good for Johnny Steps. He does start with a Muka Muka. He starts with 2 of them now. With a stim pack. Yugi Magic Jammers to get rid of it because he knows how powerful it will be. It won him the last duel after all. And also saves his mystical elf in the process. That Metal Morph, if he set it, could beat over it. He draws a stim pack. He plays both Muka Mukas, gives one a stim pack. MST gets rid of the stim pack. Yugi is doing whatever he can to get rid of that stim pack. He knows how important it is. Plays a Sengen. I guess because he knows it'll give him another card when it dies. Upstart Goblin to get another one. It's another Metal Morph. He plays the Masked Sorcerer. Playing a lot of cards. If you get Dark Hold, you're in trouble. Versago takes up Sangan. That's very good for Johnny Steps, actually. He gets Spirit of the Harp with it. And now the Muka Mukas are strong enough to take out the Mystical Elf. He'll then... Oh, never mind, Waboku. He sets his Spirit of the Harp. Versago will take out the Masked Sorcerer. Which is unfortunate, because that would have drawn Johnny Steps some more cards. He plays Upstart into Masked Sorcerer. And Mirror Force gets rid of both Muka Mukas. That's really bad for Johnny Steps. He should not have set that. That was a bad move because you could have gotten your fusion off with that. Yugi just trying to put a bunch of bodies on his field. It's not good enough to beat over Spirit of the Heart. He does outfit his goddess with Metal Morph for some reason. That seemed like a huge misplay. Hopefully he doesn't do it again. He does set Sangan. And what will he search with it? It is another goddess. Right now, he needs to draw Witch of the Black Forest or Lady of Faith. He does draw the Lady of Faith. He gets his fusion off. I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he played it first. But he gets his Musician King. This is his other boss monster. And outfits it with Metal Morph to take out Gazelle. I would have taken out Versago personally. I think that's the bigger threat. Yugi is retreating. He takes out the Mystical Elf. And he gets the Poly. That's why I would have taken out Versago, because now he has Gaia the Dragon Champion. And your Metal Morph won't save you because it's your turn. It's not your turn. It would save you if you got it on your turn. But the way it is now, it will not, and you don't even have enough for Muka Muka if you get it. Johnny Steps is in huge trouble. He seemingly has no chance now with Spirit of the Harp gone, which searches into Goddess. This gives him higher chance at his fusion, but his fusion won't even save him now. Electric Snake does nothing other than die. And he gets a Curse of the Dragon out. And wins with Gaia, the Dragon Champion. Okay, Yugi 2-1's Johnny Steps. Johnny Steps put in a lot of work. He did well. But ultimately, Yugi beats him in an upset. Next up is Bakura versus Shogo Aoyama. So, Shogo is here because even though he does not do well, Kaiba wants his red eyes. He wants his red eyes. He wants his red eyes black metal dragon because that's very threatening. He's the only person who has that card. And he is in general scared of this guy. Not because he thinks he can duel very well, but because of his cards. So a tournament where they can take them from him is very good for Kaiba. He is against Bakura, who won the last tournament, so that's not a good sign because this is the same exact deck he used to win that tournament. Shogo basically has no chance here unless he can somehow get his Red Eyes Black Metal Dragon off, which he never has. He's never been able to summon it. He rarely duels. He's still sort of afraid to duel because he loses every time, but he was forced to enter this tournament. Change of Heart to take the Lesser Dragon, I guess just for some burn. Bakura has a burn deck, which is just about taking his opponent's life points away. Giant Germ will do a good amount of burn. 1,500 overall. He draws another Maneater Bug. He's going to set one. Just Desserts does 1,000 burn. Maneater Bug will take out the Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress. And Chain Energy essentially puts a timer on the whole duel, saying you can only play a certain amount of cards. Maneater Bug takes out the Lesser Dragon. And he plays his third and final Maneater bug. Bad news for Shogo that he has those because they make it hard for him to tribute. It looks like he's going to tribute right now, actually. No, he's not. He's just going to go in for some reason. The face down was Dragon Piper. It's gone. Bakura plays Pot of Greed. And then tributes for Doma, his boss monster. Which means Shogo can only play one more card in the entire duel. He has no chance. Especially not when Bakura's boss monster is on the field. Bakura draws Cannon Soldier, just wins him the duel right now. Takes out Doma. Does 500. There's a reason he was the champion of the Death Tea tournament. Sets a Giant Germ. He unluckily drew 2 Giant Germs in his starting hand. Ideally, you only draw one of them, so you can get the other 2 from your deck. Gives Cannon Soldier a black pendant. Uses the effect on Giant Germ for some reason. That seems like a misplay. Giant Germ would do the 500 burn no matter what, and you could have an extra body on your field. Megamorph is one of Shogo's new cards. Seems very good against Bakura specifically, since Bakura is always lowering your life points. If you have a card that buffs you when you have lower life points, that's going to be very strong. Now, Maneater Bug, I see the Maneater Bug, so I know. Nothing you can do about that. That'll take out the Lord of D with the Megamorph. Cannon Soldier beats Overlord of D. Oh, hey, what's up? How's the tournament going? It's going good. I'm sleepy today. You know what? I'm gonna grab a Celsius real quick. Yeah, crack open a cold one. I've not been feeling the greatest today. That's okay. It happens. I hope you start feeling better. Goro wins. 2-0. Next up is Duke Devlin versus Yami Seto. I think Duke is in trouble. But then again, the 3 Kaibas did really badly last tournament. The 3 Kaiba decks. Yeah. Yeah, no, I understand. I get it. Trust me. Duke starts with Mystic Plasma Zone, but Mystic Plasma Zone actually buffs Lajin as well, so that's not that great for him. I would have put that in attack mode so you could use your dice cards to beat over it, but I guess not. Oh, you got really unlucky that that's the one he picked with D-Spell. Never mind, he was gonna do both anyway. Please play Dragon Zombie in attack mode. You have to. Mystic. No! You're throwing, Duke! You're throwing! So if he played that in attack mode and played the Mystic Plasma Zone, he could have beat Battle Axe. He could have then used Skull Dice and Graceful Dice to beat over Lajin the next turn, then tributed for Shadow Ghoul and beaten over Battle Axe. He would have gotten all three monsters out and had his big boss monster on the field. But instead, he chose not to do that for some reason. Oh my god, Blackluster Ritual? Yami Seto got off his Blackluster Soldier, his boss monster. He has three boss monsters, four boss monsters, but Blackluster Soldier is one of his. I guess they're all huge now that I think of it. They're all at least 3,000 attack. This guy is just all huge attack stats for his boss monsters. Just checking to make sure he has them. He does. So he actually does get his Dragon Zombie off this time. He still takes out the Plasma Zone. Please tribute. Please tribute. You didn't tribute. You should have tributed. Okay, Pot of Greed. Finds him an Armored Zombie. He gives his Dragon Zombie a Violet Crystal. Will you tribute your Armored Zombie for a Shadow Ghoul? Oh no. Okay. Gets rid of a Blue Eyes for a Luster Dragon. Sorry, not Luster Dragon. A different monster. Black Luster Soldier. Share the Pain to take out BLS. Dark Hole to take out the Magical Ghost. That's a little overkill, but I guess it stops him from getting out the Shadow Ghoul, so fair enough. And he bricked. Okay, never mind. The Dark Hole was pretty good. I'll give you that. He gets Komori Dragon out. Goes in on Duke. Duke bricks. Duke needs to draw a monster now. Any monster would be fine. Any monster. That's a good one. That's one that just naturally beats over both of them. He tributes for Shadow Ghoul finally. Wait, Tribute to the Doomed. Okay, I thought you were gonna get rid of the Shadow Ghoul to buff your other Shadow Ghoul, but I guess that works too. If you tribute that Shadow, never mind, you have a Dragon Zombie. But he could have tributed that for another one just to buff it slightly. Instead, he'll probably tribute the Dragon Zombie to buff both. And Duke wins game two. With his Shadow Ghoul, he does tribute to get both on. With a Graceful Dice. Two win with one of them, turning it into a final blow. Wow. Good victory for Duke Devlin. Very good victory for Duke Devlin. Duke is technically the higher seed. Yami Seto was seed 18, whereas Duke is seed 15. So Duke is considered the favorite to win. He did draw Raigeki, which will help him. These are both duelists with ritual monsters, which I think is interesting, considering there's very few in the game and they just debuted last tournament. He Raigekis to get rid of the Blackland Fire Dragon. And goes in. Yami Seto is in trouble. He needs his Blackluster Soldier right now. That's what would save him. Duke Devlin hoping to get Dokuro Rider or Shadow Ghoul. Battle Ox works as well. Okay, and that's a Battle Ox for Yami Seto. Again, he needs Shadow Ghoul or Dokuro Rider or even some dice. Dice would help. He gets Dokuro Rider. He can get rid of the Dark Assailants for that. And every time he gets rid of monsters for Dokuro Rider, that powers up his inevitable Shadow Ghouls as well. Dokuro Rider beats over Battle Ox. Yami Seto is in trouble. Yami Seto is a great duelist in ancient Egypt, but can he adapt to modern times? That better be a Mirror Force, buddy. Otherwise, Dokuro Rider's got you. And it's a negate attack. That's fair. He needs BLS. D-Spell does not help. That's Skull Dice, not Graceful Dice. It's the other one. He draws Graceful Dice, the other one. Battle Ox goes in. Dokuro Rider for the kill. Duke Devlin wins! Which is kind of crazy. Good for him. He's the higher seed. He was the favorite. It's not that crazy, I guess. 2-1. Duke Devlin. I do think his deck is cool. I like the Shadow Ghoul, I like the Dokuro Rider. I like the dice. Next up is Suwami Warashibe against Fuguda. So now Kiwami Warashibe was the guy who was stalking Miho. After Miho beat him in the Domino High tournament, which he was not a student at Domino High, he is a college student who went to a high school tournament to prey on a high school girl. This guy sucks. He considered that to be her breaking up with him. And he is not over her. He's very sad about it, and he tells everyone that she is an awful person who broke up with him in front of everyone in that tournament because she was not very nice to him during that match. She would be like, get away from me, you creep. Things like that. He considers that a breakup as if they were, dating, which they weren't. Against Fuguda, who works for Kaiba. Fuguda and Roland are also here to win cards for Kaiba. Kiwami was invited to the Domino City tournament, but he turned it down because Miho was going to be there and he couldn't face seeing her so soon after their breakup was his reason he gave them. Now he feels he's ready to be able to see her again and, face the evil that is Miho as he sees it. He did very well in that first tournament, too, only losing to Miho, the inevitable winner of the tournament. He has a strong deck. It's similar to Chopman's. Who would have thought a stalker and a serial killer would have a similar deck? But they do. Up against Faguda, who has his interesting deck of, you know, stealing and swapping creatures. Oh no, I pulled the Sora and called them creatures. Sora's been getting to me. I've been playing a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh with Sora. She got me calling them creatures. Soul Exchange to get out his boss monster. Oh, wait. Exile, huh? Wait, what? Why'd you why why'd you soul exchange? You just wasted your soul exchange, you idiot. A creature swap gives him Griggle. He just he had soul exchange into Sword Stalker, but it's like just realized he was like, oh wait, I could do this. I could do Exile of the Wicked. Now he successfully soul exchanges into his Sword Stalker. Griggle goes in for some reason. He's like, a tribute set. I wonder if my 350 attack can beat that. Like, what do you... Come on, Fukuda, come on. He activates Swords of Revealing Light, which buys him some time. Kwame uses Tribute to the Doomed. Wait, what? Wait, you used that to get Succubus Knight? Why? He got rid of his Witch's Apprentice to destroy his own Witch of the Black Forest to get him Succubus Knight. Now he can tribute the Mushroom Man for Succubus Knight, but he didn't even know there would be a Mushroom Man. He doesn't even do it? What is this duel? Why didn't you tribute the Mushroom Man? He tributes the Mushroom Man for Yozenru. What is going on? It's so These two are both not very good at dueling, it seems. They have interesting decks that they don't know how to use very well. Okay, he tributes to the Doom to get rid of another tribute to the Doom to get rid of Hyozenryu. Both of them have nothing. It's a top deck duel now. He draws another Succubus Knight. That's a brick. Why didn't he tribute? There's so many why didn't they do thises in this duel. There's so many mistakes. Baron of the Fiend Sword is a monster. That is something. It can go in. And he's finally down to less than 8,000 life points after the Griggle. I'm curious as to what that face down is. He plays another Baron of the Fiend Sword. He goes in with both of them. The face down does nothing. Pot of Greed. Into nothing. He tributes for a Succubus Knight. For 100 more attack points. He does get Curse of Fiend, which is an interesting one. Invader of the Throne will defend. Soul Exchange! Why'd you... Okay, never mind. I don't have to question these people. And it's a Serpent Night Dragon. Serpent Night Dragon and Mushroom Man go in. Sangan searches for a tomato. That's actually not a bad search for once. Mushroom Man goes to Kiwami. He gets Exile of the Wicked, which does nothing right now. Mushroom Man switches back. And he goes in. Mystic Tomato searches for Witch, which dies. Why didn't he search for it? Why didn't Tomato go into another tomato? What's wrong with these people? They're so bad at dueling. They're so bad at dueling. God. Genuinely, what is wrong? Why are they both so bad? Oh my god. They keep making so many mistakes. Okay, well, Kiwami and Fuguda are bad duelists, but here they are in the tournament. They have cool decks, but they're not very good at using them. Tribute to the Doomed to take out Boar Soldier. You did not need to do that, but that's fine. Not a huge deal. Pot of Greed into Amoeba and a creature swap. Amoeba creature swap is huge. That deals 2,000 damage. And you go in with the tomato to deal 1,100 damage. That's how Fuguda's deck is played. He draws a Sword Stalker, but it's too late. He will crash with the tomatoes, which is interesting. That gives him 2 monsters, doesn't it? That was really, really good. Wait, why are they both good now? Why are they both good now? What's going on? That was a really, really good play to crash with the tomatoes. That was great. That was so cool. Witch's Apprentice buffs everything. And, I mean, Kiwami wins in a turn. Oh, never mind. Sword saves him. Who won the last duel? Was it Kiwami? I think it was Kiwami, right? Tribute to the Doom to take out his own witch. He uses that to search for a succubus knight. I don't get why he always makes that play. That seems like kind of a bad one. I don't know why he needs to search for that succubus knight directly. Maybe it's his card crush, would be my guess. He has another Witch's Apprentice. He does not play it in attack position for some reason. He doesn't want to buff it. He doesn't want to buff it. Why would you want to buff your cards? Why would you want to buff your cards? What are you doing? Now he buffs his cards. You know, you gotta wait to buff them for some reason. That's a big tomato. Mystic Plasma Zone will buff everything. Sacrifices the Witch's Apprentice for a Sword Stalker with the Sword of Dark Destruction. Negate attack buys Fuguda a turn. Soul Exchange to take out Sword Stalker and summon Serpent Night Dragon is huge. Plus it gets buffed by the Mystic Plasma Zone. Oh wait, Fuguda won the last duel with Serpent Night Dragon, right? I think so. That sounds familiar. I have such a bad memory. I forget so quickly. I should be like writing it on the side or something. He does not tribute the tomato because he wants the effect. That's smart. It's a good play to kill that as well. Tomato dies. What does he search? Right, because he didn't search for another tomato and lost. I remember now. I remember now. That's why he lost, is because he didn't search for another tomato. No, you should have tributed there, because then you could have got something with Witch. Okay, fine. Whatever, who cares? Who cares? Kawami does not know how to duel, clearly. He got carried in that first tournament for some reason. Maybe he was better with the classic stuff and he's worse now. Could you beat over that? No, I guess not. Could you do something with yeah, you could have killed it with right? Yeah, you could have killed it with Curse of Fiend. You could have killed it with Curse of Fiend. If you played Curse of Fiend. Why don't you want to play Curse of Fiend? Why are you so bad at this game? Okay. Fuguda wins 2-0 because Kiwami Warashibe is incompetent. That's crazy, by the way. That is crazy. This guy sucks. This guy sucks. There's a reason this guy has not been competing in tournaments. Wow. What a fraud. Alright, I'll be right back. One sec. I'm back. Next up is Gansley versus Tristan Taylor. This is the last member of the Big Five. What happened? What happened while I was gone? To the screen. What happened to the screen regions? Hold up. What the heck? What went wrong? How did how does this happen? Hold on. Why is it ugly now? What? How does me leaving make it ugly? That's the whole thing, too. What the heck? What the heck? What the heck? I've never seen that before. Like, is this what it looks like on the show? Hold up. Don't do that. Don't do that. Turn off the screen first before I go do that. Is this what it looks like on the stream? No, it looks fine on the screen. On the stream. Why does it look like this for me only? Nobody can see what I'm talking about. That's so weird. What? It looks fine for you? Why is my OBS like this? Oh, I fixed it. I fixed it. Okay, okay, okay. Wow. Okay. That's kind of crazy. Wait, did my thing crash? Hold on. Oh, my master duel crashed. Okay, okay, okay. Now that actually makes sense to me. Have some overlay. Ignore that their names are on the screen. I was so confused. I came back and my OBS was all messed up. Like my everything crashed. Except for I'm still streaming. Gotta like force close Master Duel. There you are. Please close. Thank you. Okay, okay. Okay, okay, okay. We're back. That's crazy. My challenge went to a page that says no issues yet. I don't know about all that. We could maybe agree to disagree on that one. Okay. Wait, no, 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 don't go there. Ignore that. Gansley, the last Big Five member, against Tristan. He gets his Umi. He forceful sentries. I didn't even actually see what he put back in the hand. He yowied to get rid of the draw phase. Tribute uh whatever that card's called. This is the card Sora always uses. Offerings to the Doom, that's what it's called. To skip his own draw phase. He loves to skip his draw phase. So does Sora for some reason. You know, Sora loves to skip her draw phase. Wow, Tristan's deck is really good. He has M Warrior. He keeps getting rid of those M Warriors at that. Good. Wow, what a high level duel. Very skilled. Alright, Tainted Wisdom gets rid of Yowie. Kind of homophobic, I would think, but you know, who am I to judge, I guess. And double brain. Gansley's getting a lot of brain right now, which, you know, kind of the opposite of homophobic. Like, you know, Yowie by giving brain, I would say. Brain goes hard. You know, I guess he's giving back to the gay community now after felt bad for getting rid of Yowie. It's a huge loss to get rid of Yowie, as we all know. Weather Report gets beat into. It does not do anything because there's no swords on the field. Imagine Weather Report goes off one day, though. That'd be awesome. He sets more Yowie. Gansley loves Yowie. That's why he's got 3 copies of it. He would have more if he could. He would have voted Obama a 3rd term if he could. He would have had a 4th copy of Yowie if he could. It's like the, you know, it's the same vibes. Same vibes. Starboy's gone. Whoa, whoa! No, 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 no. Oh my god, Gansley, you're throwing. Why did you do any of that? That was so bad. What are you doing? Tristan has his Skull Knight on the field in the form of both monsters needed to summon it. But he does not have Polly. Uguchi means that, you know, Tristan wins. M Warrior beats over Uguchi. Fusion materials win. This is how bad Gansley's deck is, I guess. Yeah, the big 5 are not winning Kaiba any cards here, huh? Kaiba's very disappointed with them. He's very upset with them. Even though some of them literally did better than him in the last tournament, so what does he have to be upset about, huh? Confiscation gets rid of an M Warrior. I understand. You know, very scared of those M Warriors. Some of the best cards in the game, clearly. Offerings to the Doom to get rid of Ancient Brain. And he actually does have his boss monster. I'll give him that. He tributes Uguchi for that Deep Sea Warrior. It gets Trap Hold. There goes his boss monster. Truly a battle of the greats. M Warrior with Invigoration to boost it to a mighty 900 attack. This is an official Industrial Illusions licensed tournament with high level play like this. He puts a little swordsman in defense mode. Of course, those 2 M Warriors, even with Invigoration buff, cannot get over the mighty defense of 1300. Oh no. Wait. Why'd you do that? Yowie gets rid of your draw. That's the power of Yowie, also known as Boy's Love. Lava Battle Guard goes through a mighty one tribute monster with 1550 attack. Wow, what a duel. Deep Sea Warrior, another one tribute with 1600 attack, just barely beats over the Lava Battle Guard. It's neck and neck. Close race here at the bottom. Oh no, not the mystical sheep. Fissure takes out the Deep Sea Warrior because there's no Umi on the field, so spell cards still affect you. Robin Goblin takes out your block attack. He's got nothing. And he gets rid of his battle guard. No! Tristan! Tristan's gonna get big fived. He gets Megamorph to take out Mother Grizzly. That Megamorph is huge. He can't. Yeah, okay, good. Good. Wait. I would have kept those in attack mode because you want to have less life points now. You want your life points to be lower, I hope you know. So that Megamorph will stop being a problem. And then you could go in with your monsters. Messenger of Peace activates for some reason. I'm not really. Oh, okay, to stop Ryokishin powered, but. Okay, and then you have a Gucci. Never mind, you're not using it. Never mind, I almost thought you made a good play for a second. My bad, my bad. This one's on me. LMAO, my dumbass thought you made a good play. Because the thing is. Okay, Mirror Force. The thing is, you could run into that Ryokishin powered and then beat over it. And then win with Uguchi. Like. Am I the only one who sees this here? Okay. Now, Tristan is in a good position. Why'd you put that in attack mode? Are you stupid? Jeez, what is this? Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just banning a spammer from my chat, or not chat, from my DMs and my Discord server. So many people trying to sell me art. Get over it. Wait, where'd your life points go, buddy? Did he go in with the Gucci or something? What's going on? Oh no, Aperia. Aperia, yeah, I got that right. What is going on? Stop defense! That's actually a really good card for this. Ooh. I see what happened now. Oh wow, a huge chain of Weather Report and Robin Goblin, which does nothing with both of them. Chain that does nothing. Starboy puts Gansley in the lead. He does not win the duel yet, but he's pretty freaking close. That Megamorph is never gonna stop working for him at this rate. When I say close race at the bottom, I mean it. Ooh, stop defense is a really bad one to lose, actually. 17 cards versus 16 cards. It's close. Tainted Wisdom goes in. Any misplaced attack could lose you the duel right now. I would have taken out that weather report personally. Why do you keep doing that? Oh no! His Tainted Wisdom is gone. This is such a weird one. Messenger of Peace goes crazy. Offerings to the Doomed. It does not proc yet. Maybe later. The Doom take out the sheep, which is how words go. My brain is working, for sure. He only has a certain amount of terms before that stops working for him. And he has to get rid of it. But the Megamorph would stop working by then as well. Because it would put you at lower life points. Ooh, and you're speeding it up. You go Uguchi for the kill! Actually, wow. Okay. You got it. You got it. You got it. Tristan won the first duel, right? I'm so bad at memory. I'm sure Tristan won that first duel. It'd be crazy to imagine he didn't, right? I mean, he definitely won that first duel, right? Hold up. When I say close race at the bottom, I mean it. Yeah, Tainted Wisdom beatdown. I mean, how could you beat that? Yeah, he won with all the little fusion monsters. Mirror Force, yeah. I mean, by fusion monsters, I mean fusion material. Okay. The trap hole gets rid of Weather Report. Wow, big one. Wait, what? How? But oh, because of Umi. Because if Umi puts it over 1,000 attack, right? That makes sense. Robin Goblin takes out Stop Defense. Probably a bad one to lose if he gets his stupid card out. Uh-oh, Tristan's actually a little bit in trouble here. Forceful Sentry gets rid of the Lava Battle Guard. Mirror Force gets rid of both Starboy and Uguchi. It's a good combo to get rid of. In that deck, the 1,000 direct damage every turn is actually kind of brutal, especially when Tristan doesn't have a good way to stop that. Lava Battle Guard is pretty good. That's going to be a hard one to beat. He needs Messenger of Peace now. He does not get it. He only gets Yowie, also known as Boys Love. That is the English name for the card, at least. Why'd you go in with Ancient Brain just to lose a poly copy? Is that what you wanted? You wanted to lose polymerization? I'm not sure I get that strategy really. Seems kind of like a weird strategy to get rid of polymerization on yourself, but whatever you want. Also seems like a weird strategy to not take out Ancient Brain and make him lose another card. But I guess you do you. Everyone has their own strategies, I guess. Oh god. Can't wait for round 2. Yowie gets rid of your draw phase, so now you can't draw anything to help you. Instead, Yowie just gets killed mercilessly by homophobes. Kristen Taylor hates gay people, which is why he destroyed Yowie. Muguchi will not save him. Kristen wins the match, thank God. Tristan wins 2-1. Wow. Not the... Oops. Ignore that. Ignore that. Tristan wins 2-1. Yeah, not the strongest duel. But you know, it happens. Alright, next is Diesel Kane versus Roland, and I think Roland might be screwed. Oops. Stop doing that. Stop making that noise, computer. Diesel Kane, one of the strongest duelists in the league. Roland, some guy who works for Kaiba. Seed number 3 versus seed number 30. Hold up, let me fix the pictures. Third Diesel on the bottom. Jesus Christ, look at that Lajin. That's Roland. Oh my god, and then Exile of the Wicked to get rid of it, and then Monster Reborn it to your side of the field. Roland is going crazy. However, it will get Darkhold next turn. Now, every card in Roland's deck, except for his Ace Monster, is a one-of. So, that Lajin, or I mean, not that Lajin. That Exile of the Wicked is a one-off. That Monster Reborn is a one-of. Both of these cards are one-ofs. Taylor of the Fickle and Call of the Grave. Maneater Bug is a good one for Kane. If he can get Trihorn Dragon, he could summon it. Eat Gabul gets rid of Maneater Bug, but its effect still goes off and destroys Hero Shadow Scout. Kane might have wanted Hero Shadow Scout to go off. He would have lost the Soul Exchange. He would have been he would have gotten to his other cards for faster. His other monsters especially. Roland is drawing nothing. There's a Tryon Dragon, but he doesn't even get to summon it because Roland didn't send a monster out to get Soul Exchanged. Whatever Roland plays next, we can only assume gets Soul Exchanged. Unless he doesn't draw anything and just loses in 2 turns. That's also very possible. And a Dragon Zombie. That's it. Kane wins Duel 1. Seems like a good hand for Kane. A lot of monsters. And the tomato is a good one. Into Weather Report. Weather Report does nothing and dies, as usual. That's generally Weather Report's prime function. Petite Dragon goes down. Roland is in trouble yet again. See, that's the thing about his deck, is it can't be that cohesive if you only have one of every card. He plays Tomato. Baby Dragon goes down. He plays Maneater Bug in defense mode. Insane BM. Spear Cretin brings back Baby Dragon. Wait. Kane doesn't have anything in his graveyard because Roland isn't able to kill anything. He plays Lesser Dragon and it gets Trap Hold! Please play Trihorn. Yes! And Trihorn gets the win. Kane wins easily 2-0. This is why Kane is ranked one of the best, and Roland is ranked one of the worst. Next up, Seto Kaiba versus Mayumi. Mayumi has not been seen since the first tournament. She wanted to get close to Joey and date Joey. Nothing really came of that. She lost in the first tournament. She did pretty well. She was invited to the Domino City tournament, but declined. She really had no intention of becoming like a pro duelist or anything like that. Oh, the reason Serenity isn't at this tournament, by the way, is because she is now hospitalized. She could not make it. And this tournament doesn't even... The prize is literally just you take the cards and you don't lose your cards. That's the prize of this tournament. The whole prize is the anti-roll. Kaiba has a pretty good hand to start off with, but Gamma, the Magnet Warrior, defends. Yeah, she has a Magnet Warrior deck. She has Versago. What is her fusion? I'm not actually sure. She has two fusions. I'm not sure what they are actually. I don't think she had them in her first duel. I don't remember though. Maybe she did actually. Carbonella Warrior and maybe Dragoness? Oh no, she has the new one, the beautiful Headhuntress one. That's her other fusion. I don't know if she still has Carbonella Warrior. She might have gotten rid of it. I am not sure, but she has. This is one of her new combos. Is beautiful Headhuntress. And that fusion. I don't remember what the card they make together is. Here, I could check real quick. I could check Mayumi's deck. And Google it real quick. Warrior of Tradition, Sonic Maid, and Beautiful Headhuntress. That's funny, if you go to the page for M Warrior 2, the first two decks that come up that use it are both Shadow Luck. Or one is Joey Wheeler's Shadow Luck deck, and the other one is Mayumi Hostile Takeover deck. Which were both my decks. That's funny. Because I just googled Mayumi Hostile Takeover deck to find the deck, and M Warrior 2 comes up and shows those two decks. That's funny. I was not expecting that. Nobody uses M Warrior except for me. To be fair, Joey does use it in the anime, which is why it's in his deck that I made for him. Invigoration, by the way, goes hard. There's a reason she did well in her first tournament. She clearly knows what she's doing, and she's beating Kaiba right now. Kaiba would be very upset if Mayumi beat him. Mayumi is a lower seed than him. She is seed 19, he's seed 14. So he is considered the favorite. She does still have Carbonella Warrior and Warrior. She does. And her Magnet Warriors are beating up Kaiba. She is absolutely winning this. Yep. Alright, that's a win for Mayumi. Kaiba's gotta win 2 in a row now, if he wants a chance. This is his tournament, invented entirely to take cards from other people. And if he loses round 1 to Mayumi, I it's not a lot of hope for this guy. It's a good hand. 1 Invigoration on that beta kills him. He plays Battle Ox with a negate attack just in case. Ooh. Ooh! That heavily beats over his Battle Ox and his Aquamadors. Beautiful Head Huntress with 2 legendary swords. He does get Poly, but you should not have played that because you could have. If you managed to get 2 Blue Eyes, you could have used that. You could have used that. Now, granted, it was unlikely, but better than the Aquamadors. What are the Aquamadors doing for you? Ooh, that's a bad one. Kaiba's in trouble. Kaiba's in trouble. Mayumi did well for a reason. Even though she has no intentions of becoming a pro duelist, she is good. She knows what she's doing. Her warriors go crazy. And she hopes to impress Joey in this tournament. And she wins 2-0 against Kaiba. She 2-0s Kaiba. Wow. Kaiba throws a fit, screams, yells, and cries. He is very unhappy about that. And he is praying that one of his people can take that Blue Eyes for him. But there's not a lot of them left. One of them is in this duel, Mokuba, against Tomoya. Tomoya, who he was invited to the Domino City tournament, but Suzoji demanded he give his spot to him. Suzoji did the same thing this tournament. He was like, "You better give me your spot." Um, then Suzoji walked into the tournament and said, "Hey, Tomoya gave me a spot." And Kaiba said, "No, that's not happening. Suzoji, you are not invited. You suck. You're awful." And really ripped into him and said, "That's not happening. I only want Tomoya. I don't want you." So he was not allowed in this one. Tomoya's zombie deck has not been seen since the Domino High tournament as a result of Suzoji taking his spot in the pros. And by pros, I mean regionals. Not pros, regionals. Hey, Sora, it's going well. I'm doing tournaments, having a good time. Mokuba gets Hungry Burger out! Yes, Hungry Burger! Yes! Hungry Burger! Oh my god, the crowd goes wild. They're shouting, Hungry Burger! Hungry Burger! As they do. And it's gone. And it's gone. But, it was pretty hype while it happened. I mean, come on. Okay, that was really bad for Mokuba. Tomoya is doing great. Mokuba is doing not so great. Wee Witch goes in, and that is a win for Tomoya immediately. Hungry Burger could not save Mokuba, not against that Axe of Despair. Looks like Tomoya's deck has got even better. But I mean, that's not surprising because he was really good in the first tournament. Burger? Yeah, Hungry Burger. You don't know hit Yu-Gi-Oh card Hungry Burger? Why don't you eat one? Because I don't have one. Otherwise, I would. I actually would love that right now. I want like 3 burgers from McDonald's and fries and ketchup. So jot that down and come back to me. Sonic Bird helps get out Hungry Burger. Mokuba has a lot of ritual support to try to get out that Hungry Burger. Because, I mean, obviously, who wouldn't want to get out Hungry Burger? Sonic Bird gets out. Can you eat 20 burgers on stream over the course of 4 days? I think it'd get you to 3.9 billion viewers, and even the follower bots would respect your game. That sounds awesome. I'm in. Oh my god, poor Mokuba, man. He's getting screwed. These cards are not doing any favors for him. And the Immortals of Thunder cards. Ooh, he gets Hungry Burger off. The crowd's chanting again. Hungry Burger. They're so excited. They love Hungry Burger. He never draws his Thunder Dragons. He never draws his Dragons. Hungry Burger actually gets a buff from Mystical Plasma Zone, but the Axe of Despair beats over it. He has 2 trap cards. Hungry Burger seems kind of bad. How does this seem bad? What seems bad about this? Negate attack? What do you mean are you missing something? It's Hungry Burger. Look at this. Look at this. I mean, come on. What's bad about that? Tell me. Tell me now. Heavy Storm gets rid of everything for some reason. That seemed kind of bad. It's 2,500. You got a Ritual Summon? No, it's only 2,000. You got a Ritual Summon, actually. Mystic Plasma Zone was buffing it. It's actually a 2,000 that you got a Ritual Summon with no effect. It's even worse? No, it's Hungry Burger, man. What could be bad about Hungry Burger? Why take that over a skeleton? You mean Summon Skull? It's a burger, not a skeleton. That's why. Would you rather have a skeleton or a burger? Riddle me this. Anyway, Mokuba loses 2-0 easily. Does the burger have synergy? Later, yes. Not now, not even close to now at this point, but eventually it does become an archetype, yes. That does happen. The Magikarp of Yu-Gi-Oh? Absolutely not. No, not even close. No. No. I would not say that. Tomoyo wins 2-0. Mokuba is out. Seto Kaiba is pissed. And he yells at Mokuba, but he lost in the first round too, so Yami Seto also lost in the first round. I think the Kaiba suck. Only Fuguda, out of all of the Kaiba Court people in this tournament, has managed to go on. See, well, I respect that too. That's why I think Hungry Burger is the best card in the game. What's wrong with Hungry Burger? I don't know why we gotta disrespect some of the greatest cards in existence. Oops, ignore that. So Shoddy has been preoccupied with trying to take down Diesel Kane and take his Millennium item back. There's this whole side story going on with them that we don't really get to see. But ultimately, I mean, Kane has been winning that battle as much as Shadi tries, especially since Diesel Kane is currently the regional champion, the first ever regional champion, after he won the Domino City tournament. Damian Draco has his spirit, his. This is the good half of him after the Dragon Seal split him in two. He has his old classic deck with the Metal Dragon as his boss monster. Shadi has his Lajin. And Damian Draco is in trouble. What if they added a card like the handshake card, but for feeding? I think we're on to something. That's crazy. That's crazy. You're just talking about the magic card again, where you have to like eat the food on the table or whatever. You're always doing this to me. Oh, because it's not a four-card combo. I see, I see. Metal Dragon, he got off his boss monster! It's still weaker than Lajin and Waboku. I mean, you clearly can, because you're doing it. No, it's not 1984. You're doing it. You're doing it. I'm watching you do it. Brain control does not work. Magic Jammer jams it. Okay, you can do that, Sora. That's fine. That's fine. And Shadi wins game one. Shadi is also very concerned about Damian Draco after seeing Yami Draco and does not like it one bit. I think this is yet another problem Shadi feels like is his to deal with because it involves the souls being split because of Yami Kane. Shadi also is hindered by the fact that Yami Shadi is gone, who helped him a lot before. Brain Control takes Lord of D for some reason. That seemed like a weird one, but sure. I guess it's just to do a bunch of damage. And now he kills it. He has three Ancient Brains in his hand, pretty bad, because he doesn't exactly have Skull Knight. Ooh! He uses Flute of Summoning Dragon to get out Hyozenryu! His new boss monster that he got, Hyozenryu. Brain Control takes Lord of D. Wait, could he not have taken Hyozenryu? Oh yeah, because it was special summoned with Flute of Summoning Dragon. Okay, that makes sense. I forgot it was special summoned. So Shadi eliminates his entire board, but he still has his boss monster, and Lord of the D goes back to him. Mountain buffs Hyozenryu, and he has two Lord of Ds out now. Good D on part of Draco. Monster Reborn to get back Ancient Brain. He can tribute that, but it does not beat over Hyozenryu. He does not tribute it for Ancient One of the Deep Forest, which is only 1800 attack. Why is that in attack mode? Just to lose? Okay, Hyozenryu gets the kill. That's a win for Draco. Did Shoddy win one? Let's see, I'm already forgetting. Why am I like this? I guess I gotta check again. I'm so bad at memory. Memory is so hard. Magic Jammer on the Yami is interesting. I kind of like that play. I think it makes sense. Before this, we had Hungry Burger beat down lose. I'm looking at the replay. Shoddy is going in. Shoddy had Lajin. He beat over the Metal Dragon and won. I remember that. Right? Did that happen? What's wrong with me? What's wrong with my brain? Yes. Yes, that did happen. Yes, okay. Okay. I'm not crazy. That did happen. And it's gonna happen again. Damian Draco needs. Oh, that'll help. That actually does it. However, I see Shoddy's hand and Shoddy wins. Me too, Sora. Me too. Brain Control takes Komori Dragon, and he uses his own monster to defeat Damian Draco 2-1. And after he beats Draco, he's like, hey, what the hell did you do? You broke the dragon seal? Are you serious? Oh no, oh god, oh no. You know, that kind of thing. You know, the usual boilerplate discussion. Shoddy wins 2-1. And Draco's like, oh, I thought it would be cool. I wanted to be cool. I wanted to be like the people with Millennium items like you. Yeah, something will come out of that. We'll see. I don't know. Next up, Yami Draco versus Joey Wheeler, starting off round 2. Right, that's an older deck, Joey. Whereas Yami Draco is a new deck. I'm not used to having people with older decks in the tournament. I'm used to everyone having new updated decks. So things are slightly different. I have to go to like a different folder for some of the decks because I separate them by folder by what episode they're from. And a lot of these are Death Tea decks. Now, Trap Hole to get rid of Battle Locks. He does have Soul Exchange and Change of Heart for Meteor Dragon. He could choose whatever he wants. He chooses Change of Heart, which is interesting. I would have gone with Soul Exchange. Never mind, it actually works. Oh, never mind! 7 tools! So he gets to keep the Soul Exchange. The thing is, Change of Heart is more versatile. That's why I would have saved it personally. He doesn't. He doesn't tribute. Okay. Never. That was a mistake. That was a huge mistake. You didn't tribute. No, he just has a monster that's better than yours. Rush Recklessly? Okay, I guess. But Skull Dice, that's not going to beat Rush Recklessly. And by Skull Dice, I mean Graceful Dice. That's interesting. Yeah, that does not beat it. That was a mistake. Okay, a lot of mistakes being played right now. I mean, Joey is clearly not, the greatest, but he's doing his best. He wants to become a pro. He wants to get in the pro dueling scene. Right now, I mean, he was in the regional tournament. That gives him something. There is another tournament coming up for a new championship. There's three championships, and the new championship coming up is the Intercontinental Championship, which Joey is trying to get into. Meteor Dragon goes in for the kill. That will be the next tournament after this. Will be the Intercontinental Championship tournament. I will reveal that now. Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress beats over Baby Dragon. I see that Red Eyes in Yami Draco's hand. Rush recklessly beats over the Battle Locks. Magic Jammer will actually. Oh, I forgot to fix the pictures. That's my bad. That's my bad. This is Yami Draco versus Joey. Okay, there we go. That's interesting. You would think he would Monster Reborn into a Soul Exchange. Joey gets out Garuzis. I would personally Monster Reborn into a Soul Exchange to get out my Red Eyes. He draws Polly, so if he can get the Meteor Dragon. Oh! He Monster Reborn's Beast King to get his Meteor Black Dragon. That's so smart. That was a really good play. That was really, really good. Trap hole to take out Lesser Dragon, not a huge deal. Meteor Black Dragon beats over Garuzis, and Joey is in trouble. How are you going to beat that Meteor Black Dragon? The answer is you can't. The answer is it beats you. Joey has one turn to get something. It's another face down that could save him for another turn. Mountain, just to buff Meteor Black Dragon. He could have won that turn, but he played it safe. I agree with that decision. Now this is his official last turn, unless he can draw like a Mirror Force or something similar. Shield and Sword to take out Versago, but that's not enough. I appreciate the attempt, but Meteor Black Dragon beats over Masaki, and Joey has lost. I mean, Yami Draco is clearly very good. He knows what he is doing. That is Yami Draco 2-0 against Joey Wheeler. Next up is Solomon Muto versus Chopman. Two people that Kaiba has a specific vendetta against. After the last tournament, Kaiba called the police and told them there was a serial killer named Chopman on the loose. And the police said, yeah, we know about him. He was in prison and got let out early for good behavior. So that's how he's able to compete in a big tournament like this. He is a serial killer. He has murdered a lot of people and chopped them up and probably ate them too. I don't know what this guy's into. He was let out for good behavior. So, maybe he's not such a bad guy. This will be an interesting duel because the strategy to beat Solomon is to have a big number and beat him quickly, whereas the strategy for Solomon is to stall out and get your cards. His MSTs are very useful right now. They will help him a lot by getting rid of those equip spells. He has Swords of Revealing Light, which will buy him a few turns, but I feel like he's actually not getting rid of that equip, which is interesting. I feel like Trotman kind of counters Solomon's deck a bit because it's able to kill very quickly. Ooh, Upstart Goblin gets him another Exodia piece. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how well that works. He gets a Giant Soldier of Stone, which beats over that Corroding Shark. If he could get that Blue Eyes out, that would be great. He destroys the face down card, which happened to be Eternal Rest. Not great face down cards to hit. You kind of hit useless ones for the most part. And that Giant Soldier of Stone is definitely going to be attacked first. Another buff for the Mystic Clown. You really should have taken out that Axe of Despair. You could have gotten out Blue Eyes if you did that. That would have been the better play. Sword of Peeling Light. For the next 3 turns, it peels off every monster's attack from the card. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing to say. That was a bad Dark Hole because you could have gotten Mystic Tomato to get you a Witch of the Black Forest or a Sangan. That was a pretty bad play on Solomon's part. He uses Upstart Goblin to get him a Giant Soldier. He summons it in attack mode. I don't think he understands that his strategy is to stall. What about Evil Hole that destroys all monsters in hands? Thoughts? Yeah, it's pretty sweet. I like that one. Print it. Chopman gets off a Witch of his own. Mirror Force will be pretty brutal. Destroying isn't discarding because it triggers on death effects too. Sangan would trigger. That's not true because Sangan says from the field. Doesn't it? Doesn't Sangan say from the field? Solomon, can you draw a Sangan real quick? Okay. Well, I guess not. Put all monsters from your hand on the field? Is that what you mean? And then destroy them? Because I actually kind of like that. I actually think that's pretty cool. Like, special summon all monsters in your hand, or as many monsters from your hand as possible onto the field, and then destroy them all is kind of awesome. He gets rid of his entire hand to destroy Big Eye, which is kind of funny, but Big Eye gets its effect off because of that. It's with Sword Stalker and his boss monster, Mikazu no Mikazuki no Yaiba. Mikazuki no Yaiba. Mystic Tomato beats over that. Solomon, could you draw a Sangan real quick so we can read it? There it is. Sent from the field to the graveyard. Yeah, it doesn't say destroyed. It says sent from the field to the graveyard. So yeah, that would proc Sangan if you put it on the field. That is what I thought. Discards the Axe of Despair to destroy the tomato. You better have a really good card in your hand to have discarded that axe. Solomon draws a left leg. Chopman is in trouble. Small Eye. Look at the top 4 cards of the graveyard and put them on the top of your banish in any order. I meant graveyard. What's the point of putting them on the top of your graveyard in any order? That's a dead card. Solomon just won the duel, by the way. That doesn't do anything, Small Eye. What are you talking about? And he searches for the head to win the duel. His hand is literally Blue Eyes and Exodia right now. That's kind of crazy. Hoppy Dog changes its attack and defense to the top graveyard card stats. Okay, that one's good. I like Copy Dog. That's a good one. Okay, actually, the idea of having an archetype that is based on have what the top card in your graveyard is pretty cool. I like that idea. Then Small Eye actually does something. Yeah, no, this is good. I like the idea of like custom goat cards, like making your own like Yu-Gi-Oh sets for like classic Yu-Gi-Oh, so they're not like super OP, but you just like make an archetype for classic stuff. Graveyard Order is an untapped archetype? Probably. I genuinely wouldn't know because I don't know new archetypes. But if if in classic Yu-Gi-Oh, it's definitely an untapped archetype. I would agree with that. I do think that's a cool concept. I think Small Eye. Small Eye is funny. It's just Big Eye but little. If you have a graveyard of 10 or more monsters and they are ordered from highest attack to lowest attack, you win the duel. What? How would you ever do that? That's crazy. Oh, because of Small Eye. That's how you would do it, I guess. You love alternate win conditions. Small Eye step one, right? Okay. And you'd have to run very specific card values in your deck, which I think is interesting, I guess. Step two, stuff that puts stuff in your graveyard. Foolish Burial. Yeah, okay, Foolish Burial. MST to put Swordstalker down to 2000 attack was a pretty good play. He literally only needs one more Exodia piece, and Big Eye is going to help him get that really quickly. To get out Outliers, yeah, yeah. Maybe cards, yeah, banish cards from your grave. Yeah, yeah. Just make your whole deck high in attack. But then, that's not highest to lowest. I assumed they had to be different values. I was thinking an archetype that all had stupid numbers, like 10. Like, the 4-star monster would be like 1800, 1810, 1820, 1830, 1840, something like that. Something stupid like that. By the way, he got Exodian one. Solomon wins 2-0. Chopman is out. Oops, wrong guy. Wrong guy. Next is Yami Kane versus Taya Gardner. Two very strong decks. Like panic level, like really bad card values that have like tens in them. Or maybe like 1600, 1650, 1700, 1750, 1800, 1850, 1900, 1950, 2000. Something like that for your like 4 stars. Um, so wait, hold on. Top is Taya, bottom is Yami Kane, I believe. Yeah, yeah. Taya versus Yami Kane for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Imagine a card that lets you take a modified phase instead of a normal phase. What do you mean? Like instead of a main phase, you take a different phase? Is that what you're talking about? Like, what do you mean? Okay. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about. I guess then like effects that don't happen that happen on those phases won't happen anymore, and instead you could have new effects happen on those modified phases. It's just that yeah, that's interesting. I don't know how I feel about it. I think it's cool. I'm in. What are you doing, Spirit of the Harp with Horn of the Unicorn? Solemn Judgment! That's a crazy Solemn Judgment play. You really didn't want that Horn of you play. You really didn't want to see that Horn of the Unicorn on that Spirit of the Harp, man. That's a crazy play. Monster Reborn to get back Hoshinin Gun. Which with the horn would have been 2,000. And actually would have tied with the Mystic Tomato. Okay, that was actually... You know what? Maybe Solemn Judgment on that horn wasn't that bad. I'll give you that. To be fair, you won the duel with 3 tomatoes. So how could I ever doubt you when you won with 3 tomatoes? Monster Unborn. Target one monster in their field. Their owner puts it into their graveyard. So you're saying it wouldn't do any like destruction effects? It would just put it into your grave, like kind of like when it's like it doesn't count as destruction, so no destruction negates could work on it. It would just like be like normally, when you have a card that says like shuffle this back in the owner's deck, it's kind of like that. Probably would be an auto include in a lot of decks. Yeah, that does seem pretty good. That does seem. What did you just wait? Mahavelo. Whoa! You just solved Judgment in Mahavelo. I kind of like that. Magic Jammer, Magician of Faith Magic Jammer on Heavy Storm, which is kind of crazy. You must have had something real good there you wanted to keep, huh? If you got rid of Oh, okay. You had Mirror Force. I guess that does make sense, huh? Pot of Gluttony. Add 2 Hungry Burgers to your hand. That's really funny. Now you're talking. Now you're talking. Add 2 Hungry Burgers to your hand. Oh, shit. Man Eater Bug gets rid of. Shining Angel. This is what you play IRL. Yeah. That's what I play when I go to McDonald's. I play Pot of Gluttony. I say, could I please have two Hungry Burgers, please? And they say, do you have a way to ritual summon those? And I go, what do you think? I'm gonna order a Hungry Burger without a hamburger recipe? Of course I have a hamburger recipe in my hand. And then I use one of the Hungry Burgers to, get rid of the other one as my sacrifice to tribute, whatever ritual summon Hungry Burger. And I get 2,000 attack on my field. That's what happens when I go to a restaurant. As I get 2,000 attack on my field. It's pretty sweet. This is actually really close right now. They're pretty neck and neck. Um, he draws a brick. We know she's going to draw a brick as well. But her card could become very powerful. She draws, for example, a Mahavelo. Tribute to the Doomed, however, counters that pretty well. It would make her draw the Horn of the Unicorn again. Spare Change of Heart. She did get the Mahavelo. Take control of a monster with level equal or less than the amount of counters you have on cards. Okay, okay. I like it. I like it. Wait, do you mean till the end of the turn or just take it? Is there an end of the turn effect on this? He just got Mirror Force. Oh my god. Just take it. Okay, okay. I still like it. I still think it's cool. Mirror Force gets rid of Mahavelo. No final blow for Taya. Red Eyes, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hi, Lucas. Hi. Um, yeah, so oh, he got it. His deck is Yami Kanan's Black Skull Dragon as his big boss monster. Whereas Taya has Seiryu and Mahavelo as her big monsters. So if he can get Polly, he can get his boss monster out. Taya's hand, we know, is a Horn of the Unicorn. If she can draw anything good, Shining Angel is good enough. Shining Friendship, sorry. Shining Friendship is good enough. It beats over the Mystic Tomato. He searches and gets another Mystic Tomato. He then can summon Skull now, which he does. That beats over Shining Friendship and forces her to draw that Horn of the Unicorn again. So many of her draws have been taken up by that Horn of the Unicorn, which means Yami Kane wins the duel 2-1. Or sorry, 2-0. Taya did not win one. Oh, wait, sorry, I was reading the life points wrong. She does have another turn. She does have another turn. If she can draw a monster with 1800 attack or a Mahavelo, she does get a face down. I don't know if it could be. Yes, this is Master Duel. He gets another summon skull out. Oh, and then he kills her. I don't know. Maybe that was like Taylor of the Fickle or something. Taya is out. Taya's deck is really good too. So to take her out like that 2-0, very impressive on the part of Yami Kane. Next duel, Yami Miho against Yugi. And honestly, I don't think Yugi has much of a chance. It is Cosmo Queen against Gaia the Dragon Champion. Her boss is stronger. Yami Miho against Yugi. Cool. She does draw Cosmo Queen in her opening hand. So if she could get something like a Soul Exchange, that would be huge. She does have Monster Reborn. Equips Neo with a book. That does not get over Mystical Elf. Comes close. She needs to draw... Actually, Yami wouldn't even help. She needs another book or some way to get Cosmo Queen off. Magic Jammer to... Oh, she gets rid of the Cosmo Queen so that she can Monster Reborn it back out. That's very smart. Gets rid of Horn of the Unicorn. And Swords of Revealing Light will protect Yugi for 3 turns. Monogamize. Choose a fusion monster. Banish that monster and special summon each monster listed as an ingredient. Sora, that's actually kind of already a card. It's called Defusion. It's called Defusion. Share the pain to get out Neo, but she still has Cosmo Queen. Scam? What do you mean scam? What are you talking about? Why would you Raigeki that? That's a waste of a Raigeki. She sets Magician of Faith to get her Raigeki back, I assume? So I guess that Raigeki wasn't that much of a waste. Magician of Faith. Oh, what? Why would you get Book of Secret on? That was such a waste. Mio! She doesn't need it. Protagonist powers means you don't need it. Cosmo Queen beats over Mystical Elf. Versailles goes down. And Yugi has no shot. He's got to draw some kind of removal. Some kind of Dark Hole, Raigeki, Mirror Force. I know he has a lot of removal in his deck. He uses D-Spell to get rid of the book. Interesting play. She gets Neo, she wins the duel. Easy. Run it back. Seems like a pretty good hand for Mio. Trap Hold Mirror Force. Did Joey Wheeler play in this already? Actually, a few duels ago, he lost 2-0. Which game mode even is this? This is a mod that lets you play Master Duel offline. If you search Master Duel offline, you can find it. And there's an option to let AI play against each other. And I'm using that to let AI play against each other. Yeah. And it gives you all the cards, so you don't have to like buy all the cards. Yeah, Joey won in round one against Krieger 2-1, and in round two he lost to Yami Draco 2-0. So Joey is out. D-Spell gets rid of Yami. Soul Exchange to get out Curse of Dragon. In defense mode for some reason. Wait. Okay. She's not attacking. Monster Reborn to get Neo. Isn't this Mirror Force? Yeah, that's Mirror Force. So Curse of Dragon and a Neo go out. If she attacked that Curse of Dragon, it would have been gone as well. Because he put it in defense mode for some reason. She goes in. Yugi is in trouble. Like I said, I didn't think Yugi had much of a chance. Magician of Fate gets back Yami. Interesting choice when you have Raigeki. For some reason, she never takes back Raigeki. She gets her boss monster Cosmo Queen off. It goes in. Yugi has one turn to get something. Anything. He does get a monster. It might be enough to save him for a little bit. It is enough to save him for at least a turn. Waboku saves him even more. But I still don't see how he's getting out of this. He needs some sort of removal, which he does have in his deck. He gets Heavy Storm. That is not the removal he needed. That is not enough. He uses Soul Exchange. Wait. Okay. She used Soul Exchange, but she didn't even actually sacrifice for it for some reason. I don't know why she did that. Seems just like a waste of a turn. Okay, she takes out the mystical elf and then summons her witch in defense mode. Pot of Greed by Miho. Book of Secret Arts on Cosmo Queen, and Cosmo Queen goes in for the win. Miho wins 2-0. Yugi is out. I feel like Yugi usually makes, like, loses in the second round. That seems to be his thing. Alright, Miho wins. Next up, Bakura versus Duke Devlin. Bakura won the last tournament. So he is, of course, somebody that's going to be very hard to beat. Duke Devlin did manage to beat Yami Seto. So he has a shot. But it's hard to beat Bakura's burn deck. Very hard to beat Bakura's burn deck. Bakura starts off with 2 chain energies. He doesn't get any monsters to protect his life points, but he does have 2 chain energies off to heavily reduce Duke's plays in the future. This extremely limits the amount of cards both of them can play. He gets Princess of Sarugi, which will do a little bit of burn if he plays it. That's basically 1700 burn that you got right there with that change of heart. Wait, oh, that was huge waste. You could have used Princess Tsurugi's effect to do more burn and then not lose any life points when she dies. That was a huge misplay by Bakura. And now, he can only play one more card for the rest of the duel. It's probably going to be that Monster Reborn. He does have swords, but that won't do anything for him. Yeah, so he does use the Monster Reborn to get back Princess Sarugi. And wow, Bakura just lost. It's kind of crazy. The winner of the last tournament just lost Duel 1 against Duke Devlin. Duke's playing it safe. He's playing cards. If that was a just desserts, Bakura would have won though, so I guess he's not playing that safe. It was not a just desserts, it was a black pendant, so Duke Devlin wins Duel 1. On to Duel 2. Chorus starts with the Pot of Greed. He also starts with the just desserts, but he usually uses those pretty early. Did you play with MD3 Pro already? I don't know what that is, to be honest. What is MD3 Pro? Ooh, Dark Assailant with an equip gets Maneater bugged. Not great for Duke. Cannon Soldier with a black pendant. That's good for burn potential in the future. It's like Master Duel, but you have all cards. You can add your own custom cards in there, but it's a bit harder. No, I've never used that. I only use. I mean, you get all the cards in this as well. I use this because this is what I know and is good for offline duels and tournaments and stuff. MD3 Pro is really good. Okay. Yeah, I could maybe do that at some point. Maybe I should do that with Sora when we maybe we could try to because you play against other people in that? Can you like if you both have it, can you do it against each other? Yes. Okay. Yeah. Maybe that's what me and Sora should do for dueling against each other. Is we should do it in like either this or MD3 Pro, and sort of just see which option is better. He had all three Shadow Ghouls in his hand, and he uses them to go in on Bakura. He is gonna get Change of Hearted on that Shadow Ghoul, and it's gonna take out the Dokuro Rider. I can see the future. That's unfortunate that he had that Change of Heart in his hand. Okay, okay, yeah, yeah. We'll try that then, because that would be really good for us to be able to do. Because I love Master Duel and I love being able to duel in Master Duel. So if we're able to do like our drafts and stuff in Master Duel, I think that would be better. I think Sora would like that more as well. I'll definitely try that. I'll actually write that down. M Try MD3 Pro for duels with Sora. Does it have drafts built in? I doubt it, but we can still use the draft file and then or draft site that we use and upload the files, so it doesn't matter. And I can always make custom drafts for that site. Like I said, I can literally make custom drafts. We can do whatever we want, Sora. I would love to do it in Master Duel. That'd be way better than Dueling Nexus. I love Master Duel. I forgot what drafts are. Drafts are like when you choose. I do drafts against Sora all the time. You choose which cards you want after a certain amount of cards, and you make a deck out of them and duel. That's it. That's a draft. Oh my! Because of the toll. Because of the toll, Duke Devlin can't win the duel. He was about to win. And just desserts wins the duel for Bakura. That was so close because of the toll. Won Bakura the duel. Oh my god. That was a really good one. Wow. That was a crazy finish. Hole won Bakura the duel, which brings him on to round three. Will Duke Devlin beat the reigning champion Bakura? He's come so close. Bakura's not officially a champion, but he did win last tournament. Okay, Battle Ox. Looks like it's getting Dark Hold. Okay, Dark Hole on Battle Ox. Yeah, Sora, if you could download that when you get home, and you might have to download Master Duel as well on Steam. I'm not sure, but probably because that's what you have to do for this. The one that I'm using, that would be great, and we could do that. Sure, I'm looking for it. Great, thank you. Are you home, by the way? No, I'm at school. Okay, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. When do you get home? Go Girl Rider! It's going to immediately 1 hour till next class, but yeah, but when do you get home? Dokuro Rider just desserts. It's going to get Maneater Bug, the Dokuro Rider, but that was good. Latest like 11? Jeez, that's so late. I hate that. Okay, okay. I didn't expect it to be that late. Jeez. I was hoping you'd get home sooner and we'd be able to do some stuff. It depends how long the class is. So yeah, I get that. I get that, but I don't know. I was hoping it'd be earlier. Spirit of the Harp will protect Bakura for a little bit. We can still do stuff when I get home. I know we can. I just wish we had more time to do stuff. I know you will. Trust me. Or, well, I guess I don't know that, because sometimes you don't. But usually you do. Wait, he kept the chain energy up. That's interesting. That's interesting. He kept chain energy, I guess because he knows he can win. I think I would have done that too, but I wasn't expecting it. Oh! That's kind of a crazy play. So change of heart into Doma. Bakura can only play one more card. Stole dice! Oh my god. Duke Devlin just beat Bakura 2-1. Wow. That's crazy. After Bakura won the last tournament, he was now beat 2-1 by Duke Devlin. Bakura better play a hand trap. We can see his hand. Also, he doesn't have any in his deck. I know you love your hand traps, because when we draft Edison, you get 8 hand traps every time. Duke Devlin wins 2-1 and beats the number 2 seed in the tournament, meaning the number 1 and 2 seeds are both out already. Next up is Fuguda versus Tristan Taylor, which is another, like, I feel like 2 very low-level duelists, which is funny. Let's do... Fuguda. Against Tristan. Okay. I can't believe Bakura lost that. That was actually really cool. I was rooting for Duke because it was such a good turnaround. I do think Bakura winning 2 in a row with the same deck would have been a little boring. I like that Duke won that. Good for him. Okay, Fuguda starts with Swords of Revealing Light. That's good for him, so he can wait to get a creature that he can creature swap. If he gets Griggle or... Ooh, Tristan got his big boss, Skull Knight! Wow, but he can't do anything with it. He gets Amoeba! Monster Reborn on Ancient Brain is a weird one. I wouldn't have done that. He plays Amoeba, creature swap on Amoeba. Not a great play to do it that early. Me playing the card in the middle so no one knows who owns it. It's owned by the person that it's facing towards. So Skull Knight, it's Tristan's because it's facing towards him. That's how you can tell. He gets his Hyozenru off, which is enough to defend against Skull Knight, but is not enough to beat it. He just draws a bunch of rings of magnetism. Oh, that was a huge misplay to go in attack mode. Now Skull Knight can just beat over him. Never mind, he has a negate attack. I see why he does that. Never mind. I understand. Negate attack? Okay. He draws Snatch Steal, which he's gonna use to take the Skull Knight. That's huge! He takes Tristan's boss and has his boss. Well, one of his bosses. He has Serpent Knight and Hyozen Snatch Steal gives Tristan 1,000, but Tristan has nothing. Fuguda wins the first duel. Fuguda's deck is so cool. Wow, okay. Good for him. Hand trap? No! The only hand trap in this format right now is Yugi has Karibo, and Yugi already got eliminated. The only hand trap is Karibo right now. Because this is only 3 sets have been released so far. This is 3 sets into the game. Now, granted, some people have unreleased cards, like Kaiba Court people. But like I don't know Mushroom Man is released yet. Okay, Mushroom Man goes to Tristan. Yeah, the only hand trap right now in existence is Karibo, which only Yugi has. Mushroom Man goes back. Soul Exchange to get out Hyozenryu. Huge. He never plays his Ring of Magnetism. I should probably take that out of his deck. It's really cool because you can use it on one of your monsters and then creature swap it, or use it on Mushroom Man to creature swap it. It just weakens the monster you give them. I like that idea. But he never uses it. He could use it on Mushroom Man right now to give him a weakened Mushroom Man, but he doesn't. So I don't know. I don't know. I thought it was cool to give him Ring of Magnetism, but he never uses it. Whatever. Or Soldier gets taken out. He gets back Mushroom Man. Draws another brick because he doesn't like to use Ring of Magnetism. Mushroom Man goes in. He plays Amoeba in attack mode for some reason. Interesting one. Amoeba gets destroyed, naturally. I don't know why you would have expected anything else. Mushroom Man goes back. Attacks Ancient Brain. Attacks with Mushroom Man. Invader of the Throne is summoned in attack mode after for some reason. That's not great play. Tributes Mushroom Man for Swamp Battle Guard with Megamorph to beat over and win the duel. Tristan wins out of nowhere with Megamorph and Swamp Battle Guard. That was a really good ending. Wow, Tristan. I like that a lot. I hope Tristan wins. As I don't know. Fuguda's deck is super cool too, though. So I'm happy with either way. But if I had to choose one, I would pick Tristan. Because I like Megamorph. I like his battle guards, and I like his Skull Knight. I think his deck is pretty cool in general. I think these are both pretty cool decks. What if there was a card named Big McDavid double Big Mac combo that summoned 4 Hungry Burgers. You can't have 4 Hungry Burgers in your deck. Who's David? What are you talking about? You can't have 4 Hungry Burgers. You can have three. You can have three. I do like the idea of a card named Happy Meal that special summons 3 Hungry Burgers. Three in your normal deck, three in your extra. You cannot put Hungry Burger in your extra deck. Stop defense on Griggle. Interesting play. Happy Meal is only 1 burger. Okay. Okay. Sure. What about Family Meal? It's called like Family Meal or something. And it gives you 3 Hungry Burgers. Happy Meal summons one. Something like that. Soul Exchange to get out Serpent Knight Dragon. One of his boss monsters. And he summons Mushroom Man. Attacks with Serpent Knight. Kristen looks screwed, but that's what happened last duel when he won. So you never know. Monster Reborn to get back Ryukishin. He's going to tribute that. Gravity Fountain, and after... Oh, you mean Gravy Fountain? Or is it Gravity Fountain? After 3 turns, you dip your opponent's card into Gravy. Because I'm listening. Either way, I'm listening. Why didn't you tribute? You'd rather summon Griggle than tribute? I guess you want to do the burn with Mushroom Man? But now he gets to tribute with Swamp Battle Guard. He does not have Megamorph this time, though. You are so lucky he does not have Megamorph. His trap card could save him, maybe? No. No, it looks like Faguda wins this one with Griggle! Who am I to ever doubt Griggle? That's my bad. I'm so sorry for doubting the summoning Griggle play. Griggle just won him the duel. That's clearly a great play. Who am I to doubt her? Or wait. Yeah, whatever. Who am I in this world to doubt her? Petty and dull and with the nerve to doubt her? Something like that. Protector or Invader of the Throne in defense position, actually used right for once. Nothing gets summoned though, so it doesn't even matter. Mushroom Man goes in. And his card actually stays in defense mode. Good for him. Good for him. Kristen tributes for Swamp Battle Guard. Negate attack on the Swamp Battle Guard. Flips Invader of the Throne to take the Swamp Battle Guard and switch it with Protector of the Throne. Then Snatch Steal on the Protector of the Throne. Okay, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy. Snatch stealing it is a crazy play, and I kind of love it. Oh, and he's gonna flip Boar Soldier and win the duel. Wow. Wow, Faguda wins 2-0. Those are good duels. I like those a lot. I was expecting those to be bad. Those were really good. Faguda is doing good work for Kaiba Corp, clearly. And he wins 2-1. Next up is Diesel Kane versus Mayumi. These are both new decks because they weren't in the last tournament. Mayumi is going to have a tough time here. But she beat Kaiba, so anything's possible. Okay. Diesel Kane gets his Mystic Plasma Zone. However, they are tied, and the sword beats over. He needs some sort of removal to beat that beautiful Head Huntress because, oh, her power is strong with those three equips. Fissure will do it. Wait, he used it too early. You should have. You were supposed to get you if you got rid of that. Okay. Well, he made a huge mistake. Gamma the Magnet Warrior on Mystic Tomato gives him another Mystic Tomato. Beautiful Head Huntress beats over that. He's going to get another tomato, I assume. Never mind, he gets Black Fire Dragon for some reason. Were you out of tomatoes? No, you still had one. Okay, whatever. Are you going to Heavy Storm? Okay. Heavy Storm is huge to get rid of all those equips. Beautiful Head Huntress still wins, but it does tie with Dragon Zombie. She does beat Blackland Fire Dragon, which is a good move on her part because Trihorn Dragon would have been brutal. I assume he'll set Maneater Bug here, which will be enough to beat the beautiful Head Huntress. And I'm sure she's going to take the bait right now. She does. That takes out her card. And Mayumi is now on the back foot. Diesel Kane is winning. Never mind, she has another beautiful Head Huntress. He should crash. He doesn't. But that's fine. Maybe he shouldn't crash, actually. You're right. That was a good play by him because he got Negate Attack, which saves him and is enough for Trihorn Dragon to be summoned, which Mayumi doesn't really have a way out of. This is Diesel Kane's game now. He got his boss monster. One of the strongest cards in the game. Summons La Jin, takes out both of her face downs, and now she's got nothing. That's alpha. She's got nothing. Or sorry, that's beta. I just realized immediately after I said it that that was wrong. I don't think she has much in her deck that can beat this. And he has two soul exchanges, which are kind of like bricks right now, but you know. I assume the card in her hand is probably Polly. If she can't play it at all. Not getting her fusions off. Raigeki to win the duel. Never mind, he doesn't do it. He should have. That would have won him the game. No reason not to. I would have done it. He's making a little mistakes in this duel, but he's still winning, so whatever. Still could have Raigeki, but it didn't matter. He won anyway. Trihorn Dragon for the kill! Next is Duel 2. Alright, Mystic Plasma Zone. But you're not summoning La Jin, you're doing a Man-Eater Bug for now. Beautiful Head Huntress gets Solemn Judgmented. This man just spent 4,000 life points so that he couldn't play, or that she couldn't play Beautiful Head Huntress. I get it, because that card has been kind of wrecking him, but that was very funny. Stim Pack to increase La Jin to be as powerful as the Blue Eyes White Dragon. This La Jin could beat over Trihorn Dragon right now. She has nothing to go against that La Jin. I assume he's gonna Man-Eater Bug. Yep. Take out her face down. It was an M Warrior, not great. La Jin goes in. She has one turn or she loses the duel. The woman who beat Kaiba, she pot of greeds to draw 2 cards. Grapple! Diesel Kane wins. The regional champion wins the duel. Okay. And he is the highest seed left in the tournament as the number 3 seed. I will be right back. 1 sec. 1 sec is over. I'm here to remind you of the mess you left when you went away. Next up is Tomoya versus Shoddy. Shoddy is desperately hoping to win this duel so he can go up against Diesel Kane. He really wants a rematch. He wants Kane out of here because, I mean, obviously he has beef. He stole his Millennium item back in the Domino High tournament. And Shoddy's goal is to take back the Millennium Scale, free Yami Shoddy, and destroy the soul of Yami Kane. Tomoya's goal is to win the tournament and possibly make the make the pros. The pros don't exist yet, but there's a lot of talk about when they do right now in the Duel Monsters community because Industrial Illusions keep teasing things. They announced the Intercontinental Tournament, and they said, one day they'll make. I guess it's the national tournament is what it's called. It's like regionals, then nationals. But I keep thinking like Bandit Keith is the Intercontinental Champion, which is like funny because it's like wrestling. He gets his stupid Ancient One of the Deep Forest out. That card sucks. But he got it out with Brain Control. Which I guess is, that's one way to do it. Darkness Approaches. Darkness Approaches is so bad, it just gets rid of so many of your cards. That's such a bad card. I just realized the faces are backwards. Let me fix that. Like, obviously the faces are backwards. There we go. I've had more issues with the faces in this tournament than usual. Usually I'm fine. Shoddy needs something to beat over that dragon zombie right now, and he doesn't have it. He needs to let it in. That works! Tribute to the Doom works. And he uses his Ancient One to get the kill. He needs this rematch with Kane. The fate of the world depends on it. So yeah, after this is the national tournament. It's regionals is the Domino City tournament was the regionals. The national tournament will be next. And there will be like a world championship as well at some point that Pegasus has been teasing. Brain control to get out King of Yamamakai, his one of his boss monsters. He has three boss monsters now, really. It's the Ancient One, King of Yamamakai, and the other one is Lajin. Those are his three big monsters. They're not. None of them are like great boss monsters, but they're still boss monsters, man. He still wins duels with them. He just won with the Ancient One. He's won with Lajin. He's won with King of Yamamakai. I mean, he clearly knows what he's doing. And nothing Tomoya can do against that. So Shoddy will be getting his wish. He will be getting that rematch against Diesel Kane. He tributes for the Ancient One. And he will attack with both of the bosses to win the duel. Good for him. I guess part of why he runs two tribute monsters now is so that he can brain control to take them. That makes sense to me. Sort of like Bakura's strategy of change of hearting them into Doma. Makes sense. That is it for round 2, meaning our top 8 are Yami Draco, Yami Kane, Yami Miho, 3 Yamis, Solomon Muto, Duke Devlin, Fuguda, Diesel Kane, and Shadi Shin. Fuguda is the only member of Kaiba Corp left, and has been for a while. So, Kaiba is relying all on Fuguda to take all these cards for himself. Your voice is pretty, thank you. I appreciate that, thank you. Love you. Next up, Yami Draco versus Solomon Muto. I actually don't know who's going to win this, because these are both very strong decks. I think if I had to bet, I would choose Solomon. I think I would. I think he could possibly even win the tournament, Solomon. But I think both of these characters could win the tournament, to be honest. Actually, I want to put Solomon on the bottom, because I like being able to see the Exodia cards. I think Exodia players on the bottom make sense to me. Because I think it's more exciting when you can see how close he is to Exodia or not. Solomon Muto versus Yami Draco. I miss you too. He drew 3 Share the Pains! That's not great! I know, me too, Sora. He Share the Pain. That's a really bad use of Share the Pain, I would say. But I guess, he's gotta use them sometime. Oh! He got his fusion. He got his boss monster, the Meteor Black Dragon. Bet he wish he saved that Share the Pain now. Wow. He needs to draw a monster to Share the Pain it. That's his only chance right now. Because Meteor Black Dragon is brutal. Upstart Goblin will help. He Monster Reborns. That's good enough. That's good enough because he can share the pain. The monster he gets from that, which he uses the Blackcloak Fire Dragon to share the pain. Getting rid of the boss monster. Yami Draco's boss monster. Yami Draco, the only new character in this tournament. Everyone else is an existing character. But at the same time, Yami Draco is partly not a new character because he's just, half of what was originally just Damian Draco. Damian Draco was split in half, and this is his bad side. Solomon is in extreme trouble. He needs to draw like a Soldier of Stone. That's not it. Or a Swords of Revealing Light or Mirror Force or something. He doesn't get it. So Yami Draco wins duel 1. Castle Walls is not enough, so why'd you use it? For a second, I thought that was gonna work. It didn't. Please play Witch, not Sangan. Thank you. Okay, so Solomon is trying to get to Exodia very quickly, as is his usual strategy. Meteor Dragon helps out Yami Draco. However, Solomon gets 2 pieces here, and when he plays Sangan, he will get a 4th piece out of his 5 pieces. He does get the Meteor Black Dragon out, which is huge. Literally. Solomon draws Upstart Goblin, that could help draw. Swords of Revealing Light helps a ton. That could win him the duel on its own. Even Yami Draco's boss monster cannot get past Swords of Revealing Light. Ooh, and that's going to be really good. He can use Big Eye's effect, tribute both for Blue Eyes, and use Sangan's effect as well, and it gets buffed by the mountain. Yep, he uses Big Eye. Exactly like I said, summons Blue Eyes, gets buffed by the mountain. He gets to search out a piece with Sangan and do some damage. He has Blue Eyes out. He can set that trap hole. Meteor Black Dragon still beats over it, mind you, but it's really good at getting rid of Yami Draco's field, and he got some good effects out of it. Start Goblin to draw, share the pain. Share the pain is enough to get rid of his boss. Wait, why didn't you summon Big Eye to do that? You got rid of your Blue Eyes for that? Why? Is it because you think Big Eye's effect will draw you Exodia, I guess? Upstart Goblin into Soldier of Stone. Big Eye's effect goes off. You should have probably done that before Upstart Goblin, but I guess it doesn't really matter. Big Eye could have just won him the duel there. We don't know, because we don't get to see what he rearranged them to. Monster Reborn on Red Eyes and not not Meteor Black Dragon for some reason. I guess you wanted to make a new one, but what was the point of that? Why not just use the old one? Whatever. Meteor Black Dragon is out and does crazy damage to that Soldier of Stone. Solomon better hope that that card was in his top 5. I mean, surely, no. You would have think he would have a Sangan or Witch in his top 5. How many Sangans and Witches are in here? Plus, Mystic Tomato gets it to him. To be fair, he makes mistakes like that. We know this. We know this. He gets another Big Eye. Okay, that'll help. Komori Dragon gets Trap Hold. Very good for Solomon. Big Eye's effect goes off now. It's better now than later, to be honest, because that's only 2 extra cards to be added. Pot of Greed is huge. No wonder you'd put that on top. And you get... you win the duel. Unless he has, like, a Raigeki and another monster. Yep. Because that will search out Witch. Yep. And now you've won the duel. Okay, Solomon wins duel 2. Oh, he didn't even need Witch. That works out. So these two are a good matchup. Yami Draco counters him by getting big monsters on the field quickly, like that Meteor Black Dragon, whereas Solomon has a ton of ways to stall the duel and get his pieces out. Like Mystic Tomato in your first hand is great. Upstart Goblin to grab a Trap Hole. Trap Hole will be huge, probably. Unless he's able to special summon immediately. Yeah, Black Fire Dragon is gone. Dark Hole, no! Okay, actually, that's not that bad of a Dark Hole, to be honest. Because now he can't use Mystic Tomato. Actually, he can, because he can Monster Reborn it. Never mind. Whoa! Solomon! Huge misplay. Ooh. Sometimes this guy just, like, disappoints me. Blackland Fire Dragon takes out Giant Soldier of Stone. And Solomon's in trouble. He doesn't have any of his good cards in his hand other than one left leg. Castle Walls is not great. It's enough to save him for a little bit with his Giant Soldier of Stone. But we know that Yami Draco has monsters that can beat over it. Ooh, Castle Walls ended up mattering. Castle Walls ended up mattering. It's great defense against that Rush Recklessly. Good play by Solomon. Beats over it by 100 defense. Saving him. He gets a big eye. That's good too. Winged Dragon Guardian of the Fortress to beat over Big Eye. Are you going to crash? I assumed so. Yep. Good play. Now he can't get Blue Eyes on the field. MST will I assume, do good work. What do you got? Okay, he's taking a Soldier of Stone for some reason. I would have waited to use that Monster Reborn, personally. Solomon is successfully stalling with this 2000 defense, and Sangan will help thin that deck and get another Exodia piece. MST to take out the mountain. And Sangan to do exactly what I said earlier. Getting the head. Solomon getting head. Draws a card. It is Share the Pain. Do not use that, for the love of God. Do not use that. Change of Heart? Oh my god? How much damage is this? He has 2100 left. Solomon's in trouble. Swords of Revealing Light saves him. That could win him the duel. That card right there could win him the duel on its own. It's very close. Oh, wow. He got that swords just in time, too. Now, he couldn't attack that turn anyway, but now his only line of defense is gone, and there's a Red Eyes on the field. Mystic Tomato gets Trap Hold. That's huge for Yami Draco. Solomon is in so much trouble right now. Solomon doesn't have much of a shot to win this anymore. He needs Mirror Force. He draws a brick. Yami Draco has a full field. Solomon needs Mirror Force or he loses this turn. Sangan is not enough. Share the Pain is enough to get you one more Exodia piece. But you're one away, and you won't get it in time because Red Eyes will end you. For the win, Solomon is out. Yami Draco moves on. Devastating. GG. That was a good one. That was a very good one. Wow, it went to Duel 3. It was very close the entire time. He was one piece away. That was great. And the person that won was not who I expected to win. Yami Draco was not who I thought would win that, but I think that's awesome. Next up, the spirit of the puzzle versus the spirit of the key. Two rivals. But these two have never dueled each other until now, which I think is interesting. Yami Miho against Yami Kane. Now, their counterparts have dueled them, but they've never dueled each other. So these are two ancient. Well, that's not true. Only one of them is an ancient spirit. Only Yami Miho is an ancient spirit from Egypt. Yami Kane is just like a dick. He's the concentration of evil in Miho's heart. Or, I mean, in Kane's heart, not Miho, obviously. Yami Miho. I know I closed it. Don't worry about that. Against Yami Kane. It turns out that uh, being a spirit gives you blue hair because they both have blue hair, which I think is funny. Heavy Storm is wasted on Waboku. Huge for Miho. Lajin bumps into Witch just to test what it is, I guess. Waste of a Raigeki! What is Yami Kane doing, wasting all his cards like that? Witch of the Black Forest procs and gets her a Dark Elf, which will beat over Lajin. Extreme waste of cards. Lajin is gone. Kane is in trouble. He's using all his good cards. There's Pot of Greed, another good card. Tribute to the Doomed gets rid of the Magician. Magic Jammer gets rid of Soul Exchange. A lot of good cards being used up here. What is his face down that he so desperately wants to save? It's a tomato. That actually makes sense to want to save. That makes sense. And what is this going to? It's another tomato! Also makes sense. Thins out his deck. And just goes defense mode. Yami Kane is in trouble. Gonna stick Tomato into Versago. Versago, Maneater Bug will take out one of the Dark Elves. He doesn't have much he can do now. He needs that to be a Maneater Bug. That's his only shot. It is, so that'll take out the other Dark Elf. That's good. This buys him a little time. The Dark Elves were losing her life points, though. Now she's not losing life points anymore. La Jin, though. That was definitely the right place. You could get La Jin out. Very good. I see her hand, though. She has multiple ways to get over that. Or not get over it, but, stop it. And Swords is one of them. She played both of them, really. She played the Elf and Swords. He needs Trihorn. Sorry, this is Yami Kane. He needs Summon Skull, Red Eyes, or his Fusion. That was a bad play by her. Bad play by her. You should not be buffing your Witch of the Black Forest. You should be saving that buff for when you get something like a Neo that could beat over La Jin, which I'm aware your Neo just got destroyed, but... Cosmo Queen! She got her boss monster off, which will search for another Dark Elf, her last of the 3. And Cosmo Queen beats over La Jin. When I said he was in trouble, I meant it. That could be a Mirror Force. I do think he has Mirror Force in his deck. So that's what that could be. Solemn Judgment. It was not a Mirror Force. He cannot afford having another card on the field, which I understand. I understand why you would judgment that. He plays that, which makes sense, but he lost the duel because of it. Gets rid of the Cosmo Queen, but Dark Elf wins her the duel. Now I realize that it would have won her the duel either way. No matter what, she wins the duel there. It wasn't just because he played that. She won no matter what. Maybe he shouldn't have wasted all his amazing cards at the start of the duel. Winner of this goes up against Yami Draco, which is interesting. I'm excited to see that. She sets Witch. What? Misplay of the Year award? Why would you... Yami Kane is pissing me off. This guy's supposed to be good. You know? I guess he is a spirit born out of the darkness of Kane's heart, so he might not know all the strategies. Solomon Judgments that. Fissures that. There's some weird plays going on here. Okay. I don't think you needed to fissure that man-eater bug, but I guess it worked. In attack mode, huh? Okay. That's not how I would have done it, but you do you, I guess. I would have probably played swords to try to get Cosmo Queen off. Never mind. Summon Skull. Wait, no, 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 don't break it. Oh my god, you waste. Kane, why? You could have got Summon Skull. I know you have it in your hand, otherwise you would have not played that. You wasted it. You wasted it. If you draw Polly, you can get your fusion. You drew Polly. Oh my god, why did I say it? I jinxed it. He got Black Skull Dragonoff. That is his boss monster. It is stronger than Miho's boss monster, but Miho does have ways of buffing her Cosmo Queen. And she will be able to get it off, it looks like. Two Magician of Faiths are pretty huge. She can grab any two spells she wants. Right now that'll just be Fissure. She's not using it yet. She's waiting. I assume so she can get swords and Fissure? Well, now it looks like she can do that. She can grab all three. And that'll be enough for her to win the duel. Unless that's like a Mirror Force or something. Has he used Solemn Judgment yet? He has. Okay. So she grabs back swords and probably Fissure? MST. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I would have done that too. You're right. Takes out the trap hole. That saves your Cosmo Queen. Goes in. Yami Kane has one turn. He needs Monster Reborn. Or some sort of... No, removal doesn't save him. He needs Monster Reborn. And he doesn't get it. Yami Miho wins 2-0. Which means Yami Miho will go against Yami Draco. Next up is Duke Devlin versus Fuguda. Fuguda, the only person left to be working for Kaiba Corp. That's Duke Devlin, part of Miho's friend group. Duke Devlin has been doing very well. I would be impressed with either of these characters to win this duel, to be honest. Either one of them making top 4 would be pretty cool. I like the idea that Fuguda does very well. and has a chance of winning for Kaiba. I like that idea. I think it would be cool. Sets his protector of the throne. Good job. I'm so proud. And it will go off. No, it won't because you have to flip summon it. Oh, because it can't be activated during the battle phase. That makes sense. He will instead creature swap, which I would have. Yeah, why'd you do that? Just to waste it? Okay. That was a huge waste of creature swap. You could have used it on Griggle. Or Amoeba, which is even better. Wait, I have them backwards. I have the faces backwards again. My bad. This one's on me. Dokuro Rider. Pretty sweet. Dokuro Rider, however, does not beat over Serpent Night Dragon. However, it could get him closer to making Shadow Ghoul powerful enough to beat over it. Griggle does not attack, but Griggle might have beat over it if it's like a dragon zombie. Yeah, it's an armored zombie. Griggle would have beat over it. I would have attacked with Griggle personally because I know that Duke Devlin has zombies with 0 defense. He drew his other boss monster. He's not going to get it off. He's instead going to kill. He does not play Amoeba. I guess he saves it for in case he gets a creature swap. Understandable. He gets the creature swap and uses it to give him the Amoeba. It does 2,000. Why doesn't he flip this for some reason? He doesn't want to play with the Battle Ox? That felt stupid. What do we Oh, they can't change their battle. Okay. Never mind. And knowing that's a Battle Ox, he goes in. I knew there had to be something. That's why I checked. I was like, am I forgetting something about this card? That does make sense. Duke Devlin is in trouble. There's not much he can do. He needs some way to get his Shadow Ghoul off and remove that Serpent Night Dragon. Is his Shadow Ghoul strong enough? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 16 plus 8, it'd be 2,400. It'd be exactly strong enough. His trap needs to save him. Will it save him? No. Fukuda wins game 1. Fukuda's doing so well. Good for him. Who did he lose to in the last tournament? Let me check. Last tournament was Death T. He lost to Duke Devlin in the last tournament. What? This is a rematch with the same decks. He lost 2-1. So this is the only person who has beat Fukuda. And they're rematching, and it was close. He's Monster Reborning Griggle just to be stupid, I guess? That was like really dumb. Dragon Zombie goes in. And wow, I mean, Fukuda's really ahead. Oh, Raigeki! That's a huge Raigeki. Armored Zombie goes in. Invader of the Throne is good, and it'll actually be able to get its effect off due to swords. Anything that can negate attacks is great for Protector of the Throne because you can get a really good card like that buffed up Armored Zombie through it. which she does. She attacks with Mushroom Man. He attacks with Mushroom Man. That Mushroom Man is going to be very good with swords on the field. It's just burning you. Battle phase. I don't think you're gonna roll high enough. You actually no. You needed one more. Okay. Okay. Close. Serpent Night Dragon is on the field. Duke Devlin, you need to win now. You need to win now. Luckily, he can't summon Boar Soldier. He has to set it. Very luckily. You have one turn, Duke Devlin, for him to pull out his Boar Soldier and win the duel. He wins. Fuguda wins 2-0, taking revenge on the man that beat him last time. Honestly, good for him. They literally have the same decks, too. He literally just got better. Wow. That was good. I like Fuguda's deck so much. His deck is so cool, to be honest. And he wins 2-0. Next up, Diesel Kane versus Shoddy Shin. Now, Yami Kane is out, but Diesel Kane, the regional champion, is still in. He has not lost a duel since becoming regional champion. Fun fact. Shoddy needs to beat him for the sake of the universe, or whatever. Diesel bottom. Shoddy top. There we go. Okay. Both get their Lajin out. These duelists both run Lajin, which is interesting. However, it gets tributed for King of Yamamakai, which beats over Kane's. Now, last time these two dueled, Diesel Kane won, and after he won, he ended up stealing Shoddy Shin's Millennium Key, which is why all of this started, really. Which is why the whole Millennium item thing with all the souls being detached started because of Diesel Kane stealing that Millennium Key, setting everything out of balance, and filling such a powerful tool full of evil. Stimpak on Dragon Zombie beats over King of Yamamakai. Shoddy does not have a way to out that until the Stimpak goes down. However, Soul Exchange, yep. Soul Exchange goes off, and he gets his boss monster out. Now, Shoddy needs to draw some sort of removal to get rid of that, because there's no other way to get rid of that. He gets Mystic Plasma Zone out, making his Trihorn Dragon stronger than a Blue Eyes. Shoddy is in trouble against the regional champion. King of Yamamakai will beat over Blackland Fire Dragon, but no more than that. And a face down. He has another Blackland Fire Dragon he just drew. And even if he plays a monster now, it could just get Soul Exchange for a second Trihorn. Okay, that's huge to get rid of Trihorn. That's huge. Blackland Fire Dragon will still be dealing 2,000, and Komori Dragon will be dealing 2,000. But if Shoddy Shin draws any monster bigger than that, like a Legend, it'll just get Soul Exchange for Trihorn Dragon. is what will happen. That could be a good spell. We'll see. Or trap, I mean. He summons Trihorn Dragon, goes in, and wins the duel! Okay, Diesel Kane wins duel 1. The regional champion is the regional champion for a reason, even with Shoddy's deck being buffed since the first Domino High tournament. Diesel Kane still seems to be better than him. Shoddy plays Pot of Greed. That lets him draw 2 cards. He gets out a La Jin, however, that's going to be fissured. Yep. Dragon Zombie goes in, and a nice trap to negate any attacks. Brain Control to take the Dragon Zombie. Tributed for the Ancient One. That gets negated. Maneater Bug will take care of that. Or you can just play La Jin and play the tie game. I would have personally done Maneater Bug. But you do you. Yeah, exactly. That's why I would have done Maneater Bug, because now they crash, and you are on the back foot. Now you can do Maneater Bug. Blackland. You never learn, huh? Now, if he gets La Jin, you're done. Or if he gets King of Yamamakai, that works too. Tribute to the Doomed. Kane is on the back foot. What will he do? He has a Maneater Bug. Oh, Mystic Tomato's better. That's a good one. Why are you crashing with it now? What? Wait, why? Kane, why? What is this for? Wait, why? What are you getting? No! Why? You just... That was the worst play he could have possibly made. That was so bad. Because now it gets crashed over. You have 200 life points. Good luck. You hate playing that Maneater Bug for some reason. Komori Dragon. No! You made the same mistake 3 times in a row! Dottie wins Duel 2 because he's incompetent for some reason. Wow! That play of losing 3 Mystic Tomatoes in a row was so freaking bad. I can't even, comprehend how bad that was. Wow. You could have actually used that to get your boss monster out if you just kept it on the field in, defense mode. That would have done it. You would have got Trihorn Dragon and could have won the duel from that. Okay, Man-Eating Treasure Chest will get beat over by Legend. Unless you want a Dark Hole for some reason, knowing you. Now you could Dark Hole when it's just your Legend on the field, knowing you. Oh, no, actually doesn't make those plays. Weird, huh? Strange. Tribute to the Doom to get rid of La Jin. Plays Destroyer Golem, gets Trap Hold. And a face down. Kane is definitely has advantage right now. Stimpak on La Jin to buff him. Attacks for 2,500. Sets a card. Waboku to save it. I figured that was Waboku. And that you were just waiting till you had a card to save. Will you now tribute it? No, you do not have a tribute. Okay. Is that another Waboku, possibly? It is. Okay. Now, if you get King of Yamamakai, it could actually stand up to La Jin. After the Stimpak takes out 200, and then he would be forced to Dark Hole. That is exactly what happens. Negate attack. I would not have negated that attack personally. I would have let that gone through to just take 400 damage and then Dark Hole. Or... Okay, never mind. I forgot you were stupid. Fissure would have been better to attack and then fissure, but that works too. I guess you're still in the lead and you have a fissure. But I would have rather been in the lead and had a dark hole, personally. Personally. Brain controlled to take the Komori Dragon for a turn, I guess just to do 1500. I would not have done that. That seemed like a bad play. Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards and go in. And Diesel Kane wins against Johnny yet again. And taunts him with his Millennium Key. Saying, "This is mine. You'll never get this back. It's always mine." Top 4. Yami Draco, Yami Miho, Faguda, and Diesel Kane. Yami Miho and Diesel Kane are familiar with the top 10, or top 4, I mean. Diesel Kane has won a tournament before. He is the regional champion. Yami Miho was in the top 4 and was eliminated in the semifinals by Yami, or by Diesel Kane. Right, by Diesel Kane. Diesel Kane beat her in the regional tournament. That's what happened. I remember. Now we are going Yami Draco against Yami Miho. This is a good versus evil duel. And the other ones are both evil, really. It's 3 evil and 1 good left in the tournament. It's usually the other way around in these. Um, but hey, evil's doing good this time. Good for evil, honestly. Who's at the bottom? It's definitely Yami Draco. And then top is Yami Miho. The only way Kaiba gets his will is if Faguda wins. Even then, he's not getting his blue eyes. Because Yami Draco is who. Wait. Oh, Yami Draco definitely took that blue eyes from Solomon now that I think of it. Oh no! Obviously, he took the blue eyes. Oh, wow. I didn't even think of that. Immediately gets the fusion off. I see that hand. That's a crazy hand. If you get another Poly, you'll get another Meteor Black Dragon, by the way. Now, he already beat Miho. He has, however, not beat Yami Miho, and she gets his boss monster. He needs polymerization to have a chance now. Wow. Rush Recklessly is not enough on its own. Okay, Miho wins Duel 1 easily, by the way, very quickly by taking his boss monster. On to Duel 2. He draws his fusion again, but he doesn't have the polymerization for it. However, this hand at least has monsters in it. He does get the Rush Recklessly, which could be very useful. It's done him very well in the past. He plays Swords of Revealing Light. She plays Swords of Revealing Light, not him. I knew that. She plays Yami to buff her rogue doll. It gets trap hold. He puts Versago in defense mode. Rogue doll easily beats over. Never mind. Rush recklessly takes it out. He could tribute if he wants. We'll see if he draws Polly. He does not draw Polly. He instead plays Blackland Fire Dragon. And he just has a wall of monsters right now. And if she summons any monster, he can tribute for something stronger. He's in a great spot right now, Yami Draco. Pot of Greed gets him a mountain. That's huge. Summons Blackland, and she needs some sort of board wipe right now. That's her out. He can now summon Red Eyes on his turn or get a Poly and take out Versago. Or, oh, okay. Or, whatever. We'll see. We'll see what he draws. He gets... Okay, so he's going to get Red Eyes out. Yep. And take out Neo. Waboku will save Neo. Meaning one of the Komoris will be taken out by it. She might even tribute for Meteor Dragon. Oh, she gets Cosmo Queen, her boss monster. Beats over Red Eyes. He needs Polly and Versago or another Red Eyes. That will not do it for him. Another Meteor Dragon is a brick. He's in trouble. Will he draw Heart of the Cards? No, that's a bad one. He needs Red Eyes, Monster Reborn, or Polymerization to be one step in the plan of saving him. He needs Polly now. He draws Soul Exchange. That's good enough. That's good enough. Wow. Soul Exchange to get rid of Cosmo Queen is huge. She grabs Swords back. That's a good play. That's a very good play. She gets another Cosmo Queen out! And searches a Dark Elf. And she gets rid of the Meteor Dragon as well. He needs another Soul Exchange. That's his only card that can help him now. Red Eyes is not the play. But if he draws Polly next turn, he can beat it. Or wait, could he? Could he beat it? Yes, he could. He could. Meteor Black Dragon is strong enough. He needs Polymerization. He has 3 copies. He doesn't get it. 3 in 23 chance he doesn't get it. If she gets a monster, she does. She'll do heavy damage, and he has 1 turn to draw Polly. Polly saves him. That's about it. Or Soul Exchange. Polly or Soul Exchange. 5 out of 22. He doesn't get it. Yami Miho wins 2-0. Taking revenge for Little Miho. Or was that 2-0 or was that 2-1? I'm doing the thing where I don't know again. Hold on. It doesn't matter that much. This one doesn't matter as much. Because I know that Miho wins either way, but was it 2-0 or 2-1? Hold on. Let me actually check. I'm so bad at memory. Maybe I'll remember to write them down, but the thing is I can't even remember to do that. Okay, he had a field full of monsters. I remember that. Cosmo Queen started taking them out. That was this duel. What about before that? Before that was the duel that lasted like 1 second. He lost 2-0, didn't he? Yeah, he bricked. I remember. He brought it his Boss Monster and bricked. Okay. 2-0. Which means the last duel will be a good versus bad. As it should be. Yami Miho beats Yami Draco. This is Yami Miho's first finals, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Because she made quarterfinal or semifinals, but she's never made finals. Faguda versus Diesel Kane. This is crazy. I mean, obviously you wouldn't expect Fagudo to win, but he could. He could take Diesel's best cards. It's possible. It's unlikely, but it's possible. The last member of Kaiba Corp left against the regional champion Diesel Kane. He gets Poor Soldier. It's gone. Honestly, not a bad one to be Man-8. I just said that, huh? Negate attack. He has Snatch Steal, which he uses obviously on Lajin, which is huge. He does not set Amoeba. Heavy Storm, that's huge to get rid of his Snatch Steal. Get his Lajin back, play another Mystic Plasma. And Faguda's in heavy trouble. He needs a creature swap. He needs a Snatch Steal. Negate attack will buy him a turn. He didn't. He's not setting those amoebas. He should be. He should be setting those amoebas so he can tribute. Wow. Solemn Judgment to win him the duel. That's a good one. Okay, good game. That's a quick one. That felt very quick. So Faguda, it's an uphill battle, but he started with a creature swap, a negate attack, invader of the throne. He has some tools to win him the duel in his hand. A Lajin, yep. A Lajin with a stim pack, which negate attack will make that Lajin go to him once he activates his Protector of the Throne. Invader of the Throne. Wait, is Trap Hole gonna negate it, or is that just gonna give it to him? It does negate it. Okay, but creature swap then does the other thing. Okay. That was interesting that you couldn't do that. You couldn't swap them because it was gone with Trap Hole. That's interesting. Fissure to take out his own Lajin. He gets out Dragon Zombie. However, that Dragon Zombie might be going on the other side of the field next turn. Wow, Snatch Steal will do it. And Mushroom Man. Okay. Looks like Kane is in trouble. This is interesting. I love Faguda's deck. It's so cool. Imagine if Faguda gets the Trihorn Dragon for Kaiba. Ooh, that Snatch Steal being heavy stormed yet again is really bad, though. Creature swap could save him. He draws Amoeba. That's huge. Did he just win with Amoeba? I think he did. Yeah. Wow, with exact damage too. Wow. Okay, that's 1-1. Fukuda versus Diesel Kane. Wow. Kane plays Mystic Plasma Zone. Snatch, Steal, and Dragon Zombie is huge. That's a crazy hand by Fukuda, by the way. That's a crazy good hand. Kane is in trouble. What? Right, yeah, to take out his own Dragon Zombie. And he plays a Komori Dragon. It gets negated. I see that hand. It's a great hand. Another Ring of Magnetism is literally a brick because you refuse to play it. I would love a Fugudo win, I'm not gonna lie. I have plans. Trust me, I'm thinking about what happens. I'm thinking about it. Because it's very possible at this point. What do you got, Cade? Oh, that's a really bad sign. That's a really bad sign. Boar Soldier, okay. Not bad. Set that. Dark Hole is huge for Kane. Does he have a monster? He does not. Now, whoever gets a monster first is probably going to be Kane. Because, I mean, I know your deck. Swords is good. Gives you a lot better of a chance to sort of soul exchange your way into a Serpent Knight Dragon. Kane doesn't draw anything, though. You drew Invader of the Throne. That's kind of huge. I understand why you're just using it for attack right now. I get it. I don't know if I would have done the same thing, but I get it. Fissure takes it out. Fair enough. Probably a good play then that you did do that. Mushroom Man is actually pretty huge right now, especially with swords on the field. That's going to do attack and burn. And Fukuda is in a power position right now. Kane's not drawing any monsters. He goes in with the Mushroom Man. He plays Griggle just to defend his life points against the Mushroom Man. If Kane plays a monster, it can be soul exchanged. Speaking of, Dryhorn Dragon! That cannot be soul exchanged because there needs to be another monster on Fuguda's side of the field to do that. He needs a negate attack and a monster. He's kind of screwed. He needs a creature swap and a monster. He needs a monster. Negate attack will save him a turn. I'll give him that. But Tryhorn is going to be tough to beat. With a stim pack. Wow! Solemn Judgment to do 4K directly to his face. There is not much that Fuguda could do now. Invader of the Throne is not enough because that cannot be done during the battle phase. If you still had the negate attack, that would have worked to grab the Tryhorn. But instead, Tryhorn goes in 38-50 for the win. That was really, really, really close. Great duel. I love that. I mean, Fuguda's really proving himself here. What a great performance that tournament. Yami Draco and Fuguda Two dark horses that made it to the finals, semifinals. Yami Miho and Diesel Kane, however, will have a rematch because this was a match from the semifinals of the regional tournament of the Domino City tournament. And I will put Yami Miho on bottom because she is our hero. They both have new decks. Their decks haven't changed a ton, but they both have new decks. And this is the finals. The number 5 seed against the number 3 seed and the regional champion. The seeds are decided by win rate, by the way. Which is why, even though the only champion in the tournament is Diesel Kane, he is not the top seed because he is not highest win rated duelist because Bakura and Miho both have better ratings than him. And he has better than Yami Miho. Getting rid of both of the books, huge on the part of Kane. Now, last time Diesel Kane won this, but it could go either way this time. Wow, he is insanely buffing his monsters. Mystic Plasma Zone, however, works for both of them because they both have dark monsters. Neo is not one of them, though. That is a light monster. So it absolutely benefits. Ooh, wow. Rhyhorn Dragon, he gets out his boss. Pot of Greed by Miho. Raigeki on Trihorn! What would Diesel Kane do if he won this? What would he take from Miho? Monster Reborn on Trihorn. Which, I mean, that gives Miho his boss monster that she is going to start beating him up with. Fissure to take his own boss monster out, and a Dragon Zombie to beat over the Mystical Elf. Yami would have saved her, but she did not draw it, and she breaks. Wow. I mean, there's a reason Diesel Kane has never lost a match since becoming regional champ. He's clearly very good. He lost the duel to Shadi, he lost the duel to Faguda, but he has never lost a match since winning the championship. She drew swords. That's one out. That is one thing that can save her. He needs some sort of spell trap removal to win the duel right now. He does not get it. What does she draw? She needs a monster. She gets one. It's Rogue Doll. She wants her Cosmo Queen out. That's what would help her a lot. It even gets buffed by the Mystic Plasma Zone. That face down is scary right now. Mystical Elf is another tribute for Cosmo Queen. Rogue Doll baits the trap hole. Very smart. Very smart. I also thought that was a trap hole, so I'm glad that's what happened. But what will you do now? MST to destroy the mystical space, the mystical plasma zone is smart. That means your mystical elf easily. Oh, it's still your elf is still good. Never mind. The elf is not good enough because of legend. And Dragon Zombie Diesel Kane takes game 1. Crazy rematch, but Diesel Kane takes game 1. Yami Miho is in trouble. She uses Tribute to the Doom to get rid of her spell removal to take out the Man-Eater bug. Okay. I mean, not bad, because she can just get one of those cards back with Magician of Faith, which she will do now. She gets her MST back. Okay, I understand the play. No matter what she used there, she could have got back. She has a Heavy Storm as well. Some good removal. She needs to play Swords now. She sets her MST in case there's a trap on the field. Heavy Storm. Yikes. That's devastating for Miho. She needs... she needs removal. Or a Neo. No, wait. Yami would not help. Ooh. Neo actually would help with the Fissure, but the Fissure can only take out the lowest. And she can't draw both at once. 2 Lajins. I think we have a winner. Is this the first person to win 2 tournaments? This is the 4th tournament. And our winners are Miho, Kane, and Bakura. We have our first person to win 2 tournaments. He plays Darkhold to clear the field. Oh! He didn't want to win that turn? That's interesting. That's an interesting play by him. I would have liked to win that turn, personally. Is that a Man-Eater bug? Man-Eater bug. Which searches out Dark Elf. And he goes in. That trap better take out the Dark Elf if he wants to win this. He's still, I mean, he's in a great spot. Don't get me wrong. Raigeki. Solemn Judgment. Nobody's ever done that much to keep a Man-Eater bug on the field, to be honest. Dark Elf, however, can't attack. She doesn't have enough life points for it to attack. Right now, it's just a 2200 shield. That is a shield right there. He needs Soul Exchange. Pot of Greed will help get that. He gets it. He actually gets it. It works. He gets Trihorn Dragon out on the field. He has nothing. He just won the duel. And the tournament. Yet again, beating Yami Miho. Diesel Kane, your winner of Cybercorp's Hostile Takeover Tournament. Wow. Wow. And that's 2 in a row that he has competed in, that he has won as well. And he's beat Yami Miho yet again, the number 3 seed. He'll probably be ranked higher than her now after that. Whoa. That's not the right tournament. How'd I get back there? Hold on. Hostile Takeover, please. It sent me back. Alright, your winner, Diesel Kane. Again. The first person to ever win 2 tournaments. And the regional champion. And the winner, Diesel Kane. Now, after this, I'll figure out who took what cards. And you'll find out when they duel again. What they took. I'll see you next time. Bye.